Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the County Council. And we've quite a lot to get through today, including an awful lot of questions this morning. So I will remind councillors, please, when it comes to questions, please make them questions and make them direct and succinct and to the point. And also, particularly cabinet members, when you're answering, please answer as succinctly as you possibly can. And I would ask members, please, to show respect to each other and to the chamber and keep and allow other people to speak without interruption or calling over them. So agenda item 1, we've 2 sets of minutes to go through. First of all, the annual council meeting held on the 12th of May, which on pages 11 to 15 of your papers. If I go through those page by page, if anybody has anything to, any corrections to make. So it's page 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is council content that I sign those as an accurate record? Thank you. And then a week later, we had the extraordinary council, and those are on pages 17 to 19. So is there anything on page 17, 18, 19? Are you content that I sign those as a true record? Thank you. I've received apologies from councillors Coles, Cotter, Field Johnson, Gavrishack, Robert Shaw, Walker and Crichton, and Councillor McLean is going to be late. Are there any other apologies to note? Thank you, Councillor Leffman. Thank you, Councillor Graham. Thank you. Any other apologies? No, thank you. Item 3 is the usual declaration of interest. Do any members have interest to declare on items on the agenda? And obviously, if anything crops up in the course of the meeting that occurs to you, have an interest, please declare it when it occurs to you. Thank you. We've got quite a lot of official communications. First of all, 2 officers of the council have received awards in the King's Birthday Honours. Jackie Gittow is a family health practitioner in children's social care, and she's been awarded an MBE for services to migrant families in Oxfordshire. Jackie founded African Families in the UK after witnessing how many families were falling through the gaps, sometimes due to systemic barriers and sometimes simply because they lacked timely information and education, health and social care. Congratulations to Jackie on this well-deserved recognition. And our own Chief Executive, Dr. Martin Reeves, has been made an OBE in recognition of his outstanding service to local government. I'm getting embarrassed now. He was Chief Executive for Coventry City Council for over 14 years, during which time Coventry became the first Marmot city in the country. He was also instrumental in establishing the West Midlands Mayoral Combined Authority and was its first Chief Executive from March 2016 to September 2017. Congratulations to Martin as we continue to benefit from his vision and drive. So congratulations to both of those. There is a full list of Oxfordshire Award recipients in the King's Birthday Honours attached to in Appendix 1 in the schedule of business. I also understand that Councillor Chris Brandt was married recently and is now known to be known as Councillor Chris Aramini Brandt, if I pronounced that correctly. And congratulations to Chris. There is a list of events that have been attended by me and by the Vice Chair since the last meeting, and that's at Annex 2 on your schedule of business. Sadly, I have to report to Council that 2 former chairmen, as they were then, of this Council have died recently. The death has occurred, first of all, of Timothy Hallchurch, MBE. Tim was elected Conservative member for the division of Otmore and Kidlington in 2005 and 2009 for Otmore Division, and in 2009 for the Otmore Division in 2013. Former Councillor Hallchurch was also a member of Cherwell District Council from 2002 to 2022, including a year as chair in 2011-2012. He chaired this council in 2013-14 and served on many committees, including Audit, Corporate Governance, HOSC, and the Planning and Regulation Committee. His funeral service will take place at Holy Cross Church, Shipton-on-Cherwell, on Friday, the 3rd of July at 12 p.m. And I gather, Councillor Mallon, you have a few words to say.
If I can, sir. Yeah. Major Tim Hallchurch, member of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. And anybody wonders what the post-nominals are, I couldn't possibly speak for the post-nominals of our Chief Executive, but MBE stands for my bleeding efforts. But Tim, soldier, elected member and public servant. And Tim's record of public service speaks for itself. And it gives us all a clear impression of someone who dedicated an extraordinary amount of their life to serving others. And that commitment to others extended way beyond local government. Tim the soldier, a commissioned officer in the Royal Signals. He served in the UK, Ireland, Germany, Kenya, and some of the less pleasant places of the world, where he received an MBE for humanitarian services in 1970. Get a military MBE for that. It's quite remarkable. His final posting was the Major and Commanding Officer of the Queen's Own Oxfordshire Hussars in Banbury, a unit which maintained a lasting connection with Tim when they made him honorary colonel upon his retirement. Even after his military career, Tim continued to contribute widely to civic life. He worked as a defence consultant and using his time to organise that and many other of his interests and values in the towns. These included the Oxfordshire Yeomanry Trust, the Otmore Archaeological and Historical Society, the Oxford Building Trust, the Victoria County History in Oxfordshire, the English-speaking Union for Oxfordshire and Berkshire, and the Churchill Masonic Lodge. Tim served the people of Oxfordshire, as you have said, sir, on this authority and on Cherwell for 2 decades, representing basically Otmore in all its shapes and forms. And he's served as Vice Chairman and Chairman on this authority and Vice Chairman and Chairman on Cherwell District Council, which he called he remarked it was his 4 years on the chain gang. I think a life lived well with service to Crown, to county and to country. He stepped down from public office in 2018 from here in 2022 following his early diagnosis with dementia. Tim would have liked us to remember him as he was, not what he may have ended up as. Bringing to a close many years, I think over 40 years of public service to country and Crown. So on behalf of us all, we offer our condolences to Tim's family, friends, and all those who served alongside him and knew him well. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Councillor Mallon. Does anybody else wish to say anything about?
Yes, I will say a few words. Tim, I served with on this council. He was an excellent chair. I remember his efforts in the English-speaking union, where he really worked very hard at getting many people involved and engaged in what that organisation did. I found it really very interesting. Tim was in some ways a very quiet man. He listened. He was decent, and I spent a lot of time with him and with his wife, who were very supportive of each other. And I was very upset when I heard that Tim had been diagnosed with dementia. One of the things I remember most about Tim was that his time as chair, when actually he decided, and it was much against my instincts, because I've always believed that this building was a treasure for Oxfordshire, and that whenever you'd had a county dinner, you actually did it in this building. And Tim managed to get one of the colleges to actually host the county dinner. I can remember that very well. A very winter's evening, climbing up ancient stairs and hoping I didn't fall back down again when I was coming out. Tim was a wonderful guy. I think one of those people who did give so much time to the county, did give time to as chair of this council. And I'd send my condolences and those of my group to his wife and to his family.
Thank you, Councillor Brickhouse. Any other? Thank you both. We also learned recently of the death of former County Councillor John Jones, who was the Liberal Democrat member for Grove Division from May 1985 until he stood down ahead of the May 1997 election. He'd previously been a member of the Shrewsbury Borough Council from 1964 to 68 and a senior probation officer in Oxford. And being elected to chair Oxfordshire County Council in 1992, former Councillor Jones was then unusually re-elected for a second term of office following the 1993 Oxfordshire County Council elections. He served on the Environmental Committee from 89 to 92 and the Education Committee from 1992. Former Councillor Jones was extremely proud of his service as a member of Oxfordshire County Council and has actually requested that his former chairman's badge of office be placed on his coffin as it enters the church for his funeral, which will take place at 2 p.m. on Thursday, the 6th of August in St John the Baptist Church, Broadclyst, Devon. And details of both of these funeral services have been emailed to members. Councillor Fawcett, I gather you're going to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't know John brilliantly well. He came off the council in '97 when I came on, but I do remember him from that election campaign when I was organising the Lib Dem campaign for those elections, and he was extremely supportive of the campaign of his successor, Richard Marchant, and then the next successor, Zoe Patrick, when she won Grove in 2001. He was very well regarded by the Grove community, both for the work he did here at the County Council and the work he did in the community itself. He was the very best of local councillors, responsive, knew his community, worked hard at every level for them. He was very well liked and respected in the Liberal Democrat group, and in fact continued to give advice to the new Lib Dem group after the '97 election as we settled in. So on behalf of Liberal Democrats across Oxfordshire, I'd very much like to commend his memory to the council.
Thank you. And Councillor Brickhouse, thank you.
Sorry, I'm beginning to think that I stand up too often in this council chamber because people have died that I knew and served with. John, I actually knew better probably than Tim, because I also worked with John in my own as the director of OCVA. I spent a very short period of time with John on the council, but most of it was as chair of OCVA, and particularly during the time John chaired this council. John was absolutely committed to making the lives of young people better. And throughout his time as a probation officer, senior probation officer in Oxford, he worked to that end. He didn't see young people that he was working with as having a deficit. He saw them as having major issues, but actually that with the right support and structures around him, that they could achieve massive things. And so whenever we say goodbye, or when people that we have known in one particular part of our lives, as a politician or whatever we've done, we don't necessarily always see people as the rounded people they are. And particularly, I think, when it comes to our disadvantaged children and young people, the people that actually give their lives to trying to make the lives of those young people better. And John was definitely one of those. So I do send my condolences to his family, but remember him and remember the work that he did in Oxford.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Thank you. And so our thoughts are with the families and friends of both of these former councillors. If you are able to, could you please stand for a moment's silence? Thank you very much. Moving on with the agenda, excuse me. Item 5, appointments. They are in this time dealt with under item 14 of the committees and review of political balance, so we'll move on. We've received 2 petitions. First, a petition on road safety at Rose Hill. The petition has attracted 568 signatures and will be presented by Matthew Jerwood, who is joining us online. Okay. Are you there, Mr. Jerwood? Yes, thank you. Mr. Jerwood, you have 3 minutes to speak, and I will interrupt you to warn you that you've 30 seconds left.
Okay, I've timed
Over
it.
to you.
I'm off. So, dear Chair and Councillors, my name is Matt Jerwood, and I work locally as Director of Fundraising for the charity 180 and previously for Restore and Oxfam. My wife is a local drug discovery scientist and previously at the university, and we're active in the community. I'm presenting a petition relating to the junction at Rose Hill, Henley Avenue and Church Cowley Road. And I bring this to you on behalf of a group of neighbours who kept hearing of the same theme escalating during our annual summer street parties. A neighbour with mobility issues said crossing the junction to catch the bus took several minutes and she did it in fear. Parents didn't feel safe walking their children to the dentist on Rose Hill, to school or to Florence Park. Older residents felt forced to drive even short journeys, including to the doctor nearby on Henley Avenue, because crossing the junction had become too dangerous. The people involved in creating this petition hold a range of views. This isn't party political, nor is it pro nor anti-LTN. We simply want a safe junction. Since patterns of traffic have changed with the LTNs, congestion has increased, and so has risky behaviour from all road users. There are now 2 extremes: stationary queues, where frustration leads to dangerous decisions, and then speeding when the roads are clear. The council has talked about Vision Zero, that no one should be killed or seriously injured on our roads. With nearly 600 local residents supporting this petition, it is an opportunity to turn that ambition into action. Since launching the petition, neighbours have recorded 9 accidents and incidents, including an injured cyclist, buses mounting the curb, and 3 flattened traffic lights and lampposts in 3 months. The dangerous behaviour occurs from all 3 approaches to the junction, not just one. A right turn traffic filter may reduce one problem, but it will not create safe crossings, it will not address speeding, and it won't stop the persistent red light jumping on the other two approaches. Our petition asks for a package of measures to ensure safety for pedestrians, cyclists and motorists alike. We ask for 2 pedestrian crossings, better speed and red light enforcement, and an urgent safety review. We also invite the Leader of the Council, the Cabinet
30
Member for
seconds left.
Transport. We invite you, the Cabinet Member for Transport, and the councillors representing the 3 wards to visit the junction with residents. The junction sits at the meeting point of multiple wards, which has led to a lack of clear ownership, but we ask that this becomes an opportunity for shared responsibility. The petition has now been signed by 575 people. More than 4 in 5 signatories live in OX4, and 94% within Oxford postcodes. Local people are asking you to ensure that they can cross the road safely. And that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Epps, if you would have a reply, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Mr. Jerwood for explaining and setting out so clearly the lived experience of residents, and also the fact that there are challenges with a range of views as to how to deal with the challenges at this junction, of which there are many. And I'd like to acknowledge, and as I think officers do, the concerns raised in the petition, and in an ideal situation, the layout of the junction would be amended to improve the safety and experience for people walking and cycling who use the junction. Historically, there have been a number of reported collisions in the area, and there are long-standing requests to amend the current layout. That said, there are a number of significant challenges for amending it. I'll try and summarise them briefly and possibly write back to Mr. Jerwood more fully. A principal challenge is that delivering some of those improvements means a permanent reduction in traffic volumes using the junction, so you could reprioritise road space without wider significant detrimental impacts and other unintended risks of creating wider safety issues. And there was a recent example of that when the northbound approach to the junction was changed to create a single lane vehicle approach as part of the Quickways scheme in 2022. That provided greater space and priority for people cycling, but it led to several serious road traffic collisions in the area, typically involving a motor vehicle and a person cycling. And as a result of some of those additional vehicle delays and vehicles shortcutting to the junction. So as a result, the council reinstated the 2-lane vehicle approach in spring 2024, which addressed those issues. But it's also fair to say that the changes in 2022 had a negative effect on bus reliability, journey times and the experience of bus users. These are clearly interdependent with a number of other measures. There is some traffic surveying information, not at the junction, but on the Rose Hill Road further south of the junction, close to Littlemore roundabout, and that actually suggests that traffic volumes have slightly decreased over the last 10 years. The other challenge we're going to have addressing measures at this point is one of cost, because many of the meaningful alterations that we could make to a junction of this size could be expected to be very costly, and at this stage there's no allocated budget. However, that doesn't mean that we can't start doing some design work for effective measures to deal with some of these challenges, particularly if traffic volumes could be reduced at a further point. It's also important to clarify that concerns about vehicle speeding and red light signal enforcement sit with Thames Valley Police, and I recommend the petitioners approaching them with concerns. To summarise, I think it's worthwhile setting out some of that context on the background and challenges. I'm very, very happy to follow up separately, and I think I've already indicated very, very happy to move forward on the request of a site visit to discuss some of these issues further, given the complexities, and I'd like to thank Mr. Jerwood for his presentation.
Thank you very much. Secondly, we have a call for a vehicle restraint system on the A40 London Road. This petition has attracted 384 signatures and will be presented by Emma Parker, also online. And when we get Emma up there. Hello, you have 3 minutes to speak, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Good morning. My name's Emma Parker. I live in Risinghurst, and previously I've worked as a clinical scientist at the Churchill Hospital and for Headington Action. And as has just been said, the petition to make a cycle and pedestrian travel along the A40 London Road safer has 384 signatures. And I'd just like to acknowledge and give thanks to those who have already engaged with it and supported it. The petition calls for Oxfordshire County Council to look at safety measures along the A40 London Road, where it turns to 50 miles an hour heading east, along the 70 mile an hour by Thornhill Park and Ride to the Holton turn. This is important because children walk and cycle to primary and secondary schools next to these fast roads, along a shared use footway and cycleway that's sometimes only separated from the fast traffic by a narrow verge. The petition raised the possibility of OCC installing a vehicle restraint system or crash barrier as a solution. Having since spoken to many across the wards, other possible solutions have come forward. The desired outcome of safer and greener travel remains the same. Those options included reducing speeds or finding an alternative safe cycle route. Ultimately, we want people to be able to travel safely, especially to school. It is unacceptable to promote active travel and advertise park and stride along this recognised route to school before it's made safe. There shouldn't have to be an injury, collision, or a vehicle leaving the carriageway and coming into contact with a pedestrian or cyclist, as is the council's stance, before a barrier is put in place. Encouraging people to take their bikes or walk only works when a route is safe. The active travel strategy from July 2022 notes 5 core priorities, one of which is a promise at all levels to treat walking and cycling as policy priority. I've spoken to people who avoid cycling this route because of safety concerns, so adding a barrier will also contribute to the council's priority of increasing cycling and reducing car use. Making this section of the A40 safer also aligns with Vision Zero, that no one should be killed or seriously injured in a road collision, regardless of the mode of transport. Of particular note are the desires for safe roadsides and safe speeds. The June 2026 Lib Dem Quarry and Risinghurst pamphlet says that £700 million has been earmarked for additional active travel schemes, such as pedestrian safety improvements at dangerous junctions, improvements to cycle lanes crossing over side roads. This section of the A40 should be high priority, both for making it safer to travel along by bike or foot, and for the wildly dangerous crossing at the URC Collinwood Road with its recent sad incidents. Given that the council is determined to improve active travel and make all roads safer, there seems no reason to not investigate and implement the most effective way to make this stretch of the A40 safer as urgent priority. Please will the council investigate and implement the best way to make this road safer, and I look forward to seeing and using the safer route very soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Epps.
Thank you very much to Emma, and I think that summarises very, very well the challenges on this particular route, and I was delighted to visit it and see the challenges and how unsafe it feels along that route, which is, as the petitioner says, is a school route. The council has completed some feasibility work on improvements for the cycle path along the north side of the A40 at this stage, and that work was finished late last year. That involves widening the existing shared use path to around 3 metres plus resurfacing, some realigning curb lines and improving some crossings and visibility at Churchill and Wheatley Road, permanent closure of the parking lay-by and realignment and widening of the path through that section, new parallel zebra crossings and roundabout redesign at the Park Hill junction, and a speed limit reduction to 50 miles an hour. And the aim is to provide a safe cycle route segregated from traffic between Park Hill and Mirwood Avenue, linking in with the Oxford Brookes University Housing Development Highway improvement proposals on Holloway Road. Designs are going to be compliant with the latest Active Travel England guidance, and we're also working with local cycle groups as co-production partners to make sure that this local knowledge gets fully considered. The buffer width along the A40 will need to accord with that guidance, and part of the rationale for proposing the reduced speed limit is that the minimum buffer width required is 1.5 metres as opposed to 3 metres for the current 70 mile an hour limit, and that gives much more space to widen the path. Barriers will be needed at various pinch points along the route. However, there are challenges in terms of bringing in barriers at other locations or throughout that stretch. We have funding to complete the preliminary design this financial year through the Active Travel Fund Tranche 3, which will result in fully developed plans and cost estimate. The challenge is going to be finding a construction budget, as there's no such budget allocated at this stage. However, as soon as we can identify that, and as has been set out, that is clearly something that is very, very important, we will carry out and move to public consultation on all the proposals.
Thank you very much, Councillor Epps. We also have a speaker on item 9, the report of the Cabinet, and specifically the item on devolution. The speaker is Hugh James, who is with us in person, I believe. And similarly, you have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when there are 30 seconds left.
Brilliant. Chair, members, thank you for the opportunity for having me speak here today. I was glad to get here on Swindon's new direct train service to Oxford, something that couldn't have been achieved without the collaboration and shared vision of Oxfordshire County Council and Swindon Borough Council. I'm speaking on behalf of Business West, a business leadership organisation based in Bristol and Swindon, operating across the southwest. Our regional business community are concerned with the news that the County Council plans to withdraw from the Thames Valley Strategic Authority proposals. Last week, Sir Ed Davey told businesses that firing on economic growth should be the priority for any political administration. Thames Valley area, including Oxfordshire and Swindon, is one of the UK's economic powerhouses, but there's untapped growth here that could help our businesses and communities thrive. Swindon is an essential part of Oxfordshire and the Thames Valley's functional economic area. The region is supported by excellent road and rail connectivity, with thousands of residents and workers already making use of the short travel distance, both directions. Oxford and Swindon have complementary economies, with businesses already making use of our integrated and interdependent supply chains, whether it's BMW's split manufacturing in Swindon and Cowley, Catalant and Thermo Fisher's Oxfordshire R&D base and Swindon manufacturing base, Oxford Brook's Health and Nursing campus in Swindon, or Shrivenham and Cranfield's collaboration in Swindon's growing drone hub, to name but a few examples. We've made the case to the Oxfordshire Growth Company and Growth Commission and ministers that a more joint up, collaborative regional delivery mechanism will allow our region to deliver our collective ambitions for sustainable and inclusive economic growth effectively and better tackle our shared barriers to growth. Businesses aren't interested in devolution for the devolution's sake, but we are interested in powers and funding to unlock growth. We want access to opportunities that improve transport, infrastructure, housing and skills, making use of devolved powers which look set to be put front and centre by a Birmingham Premiership. Getting on with establishing a foundation strategic authority will allow Swindon and Oxfordshire and the whole Thames Valley to unlock the best deal we have and have a stronger voice in Whitehall and apparently now Manchester. There's an opportunity cost for delays to the Thames Valley devolution, missing out on long-term funding settlements and even greater opportunities to allow residents to feel the benefits of our strong economy and high productivity through integrated funding settlements powered by regional fiscal devolution. Please back yourselves, back business and back the Thames Valley Strategic Authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There have been 3 questions submitted by members of the public, responses to which were published in Annex 3 of the Schedule of Business, and there were no supplementary questions to those. Item 8, there have been 39 questions submitted by members of the Council. Responses are published in Annex 4 of the Schedule of Business. Members are permitted 1 supplementary question if present. We do have a time limit of 30 minutes for this, so I will just call out the question numbers, and if you could be ready if you have a supplementary question, or indicate quickly if you have not, I would be grateful. And a reminder to members, please do ask a question and do keep them succinct and brief. So question 1. Question 2. Question 3. Councillor Cherry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the in-depth response by the Highways Cabinet member. As of this time, the junction from A422 Stratford Road to Warwick Road, just before the Barleymow pub, the defects have not been fixed. Can I be assured that they are going to be fixed in the next couple of weeks? They have been reported in the appropriate manner.
Councillor.
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Cherry. I have been told by our contractors M Group that they expect to have all the defects that have been reported fixed by the end of July. So I think I can assure you that that is their definite, as long as they're reported on Fix My Street, they will be on the schedule. If that doesn't happen, please feel free to get in touch with me again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question 4. Question 5. Question 6. Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you. Would the cabinet member like to join my colleagues and I in Central Abingdon to look at the impact of traffic signal timings and then potentially for a drink in the brew tap afterwards to discuss our findings?
Yes, very happy to do that.
Thank you. That's what I like. 7's not here. Number 8.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bearder, for agreeing to write to the Secretary of State about the lack of passenger east-west trains. Would you be all right to share that letter with councillors when that is written? And just wondering what the time frame for that letter might be.
Councillor Bearder.
I don't have that information, but I'll pass it on.
9.
No supplementary for 9, 10 or 11.
Thank you very much. All 12, 13 or 14. Councillor Walker's not here. Number 15.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for the answer. My question is, why Oxfordshire County Council, looking at the size of the council and the budget why don't we have our own team to fill the potholes like ODS have their engineers to go out? Why we subcontract the work?
Thank you. Councillor Ashman.
I don't know whether you attended the session that we had up in Banbury last, I think 17th of the month, where a lot of demonstrations were done on how we fill potholes. It depends entirely on the type of pothole and the type of filling that's needed. And we simply don't have that expertise in-house. We have to rely on contractors to do that, which is why we have a contract with M Group. And obviously we keep an eye on that contract, but that is the reason that we don't do things in-house. We need that specialist approach.
Thank you. Question 16, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive response, Councillor Epps, to my question. I just wanted to add that the links you mentioned from my villages to Tame, bus links, are just one bus twice a week with a 3-hour return time. So, for example, leaving a village at 10:30 and returning at 1:30.
Please make it succinct.
Tuesdays and Thursdays only. So while this connection is very welcome in rural areas, it benefits few people. And I would just like to ask if you'll commit to looking into more meaningful services for rural villages.
Yes, very happy to do that. And I would like to urge people, particularly in rural communities, to comment. We had a really, really useful session on this place scrutiny with a lot of very, very useful feedback. And I think particularly the needs of rural areas who've suffered so much over the last 10 years in terms of rural bus services. We're in a much better place now than we were, but there's an awful lot more that we can do. And by hearing from people, that we can help make that better.
Thank you. 17.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the response, but I have to say it seems counterintuitive to me that additional silt found in the gullies should result in a reduction in funding for these works. But could the Cabinet member confirm that we're in an even worse situation than I originally surmised, in that now only 50% of gullies will be emptied annually rather than the 100% promised in the 2025 budget?
Well, to be absolutely clear, we've done a complete survey of our gullies across the whole of the council. What we have discovered is that half of them do not need regular emptying, but half of them really, really do. So we're concentrating our efforts, focusing on those that require regular clearance. But I would also say, and I did say this in my answer, Councillor Middleton, that we, in the process of looking at all of those gullies, we've noticed that a lot of them were broken. And that means we need to have capital in order to repair those broken gullies. Once we've done that work, that will make a significant difference, we hope, to the efficiency of those gullies and therefore preventing flooding in the future. That's why we've transferred money into the capital budget and reduced some of the work that we're doing on an annual basis.
Question 18.
Yep, thank you again. Thanks for the answer, but I still maintain that the sensitivity of the information involved is questionable. But given that this council is ultimately answerable to its residents, does the Cabinet member feel it's appropriate that the only way that they will find out how much we're leasing publicly owned land for is by interrogating the land registry records rather than relying on the transparency from its own elected members? And will the legal costs incurred by the council in keeping that information secret also be made public at some point?
Councillor Levy.
Thank you very much for the question. It is entirely appropriate that our commercial relationships, which require a contract with a second party, often more than the second party, respect confidentiality, and that's exactly what we've done. Everything will become clear, I'm sure, in the fullness of time, but unless both parties want to reveal information, it's not going to get revealed.
Thank you. Question 19. Question 20. 21. 22. 23.
Yes, please.
Councillor Bowler.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your response, and given the importance of this issue to Wallingford residents, please will you and your officers meet with me and the concerned residents, including the Mobility Issues Group Wallingford, on site to prioritise the work using local knowledge, something Councillor Epps has just offered concerning the A40 London Road petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barlow. And you may know that actually we are looking for a date in the diary when myself and Councillor Epps can come down to Wallingford, and we will do that as soon as we can.
Thank you. 24.
Thank you. In your description of the risk-based approach, you write that locations with a higher risk to vulnerable users will be given appropriate consideration. What does that mean in practice when it comes to investing with appropriate proportion in pavements, cycle paths and pedestrian safety, crossing roads, etc.? Thank you.
Well, as you know, Councillor Barlow, we have as a priority, we want to prioritise active travel, walking, etc. And I know that there was some extra money put into the budget this year at the request of the Green Party, which we will use to do exactly that. So the safety of pedestrians, cyclists and others who use our roads without cars is really important to us.
Thank you. 25.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank the leader for his answer. I note in his answer he suggests that the possible ongoing costs of foundation status could be £1 million per annum spread across the region. He will also note that the Strategic Authority could have added value to the tune of £97 billion to the M4 and M40 corridor, directly affecting this council area. Does he agree with me that part of strategic leadership has to be that you sometimes have to speculate to accumulate?
Councillor Bearder.
Words like could are doing a lot of heavy lifting in Councillor Mallon's appraisal of the situation there. It's possible, but we don't lack ambition in this space. What we want to do is have a mayor for the region who will actually have the powers and the investment to do what we need in the Thames Valley, which is the growth engine of the country. And we ought to respect that and give it the powers and funding that it deserves.
Thank you. 26.
Thank you for the detailed answer where I disagree, but the question remains, don't you think this administration need to reset the policy when you look at the 6 businesses closing in my division and the last recently in Moglen Road Fish 70-year-old business happened? I was hoping the new cabinet member would kindly come out and meet the local residents to have a look at the impact, because the question you have kindly answered in here does not reflect the picture of my division where the business have suffered, and the peak time there's 40 to 60 pound business in low. So would you please consider this policies?
Councillor Epps.
Well, I have been out visiting businesses, certainly those that have been in touch with me and been setting up meetings with local members. So I'm very, very happy to have those discussions. The point here is that I think in 1937 it was unanimously agreed by this council, the City Council, Berkshire County Council, whose boundary then came up much closer, of course, and the university and the Oxford Preservation Trust, that something needed to be done about congestion in Oxford. I'm very proud that this administration has finally grasped that metal.
Thank you. 27.
Thank you for the answer, but I totally disagree with the answer, because if we really mean to support the active travel, that's a main cycling route used by children, commuters to Donington, to city centre, and the school to the old St. Gregory School. And if the officers are saying this is not a
You
priority,
need to ask a question.
yeah, the question is, can I have the date, please? Because the residents are on my case when this pedestrian crossing will be repainted. Just 26, 27 does not give indication, because it's gone more than 6 months now. And when the accident happened, the lamppost, they put the post there is already bent and not been repaired. So there's no visibility. So the pedestrian safety is in a danger.
Well, I think you'll need to write to the cabinet member responsible for highway maintenance and repair to get that answer.
Thank you. Number 28.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ebbs, thank you for your answer. But given that the junction was designed before the significant and ongoing growth in Didcot and the area, and the major highway schemes which remain years overdue, do you accept residents should not have to continue living in today's congestion simply because of the promised road and cycle infrastructure has yet to be delivered? And will you commit to reviewing the junction based on current real-world traffic conditions rather than historical assumptions?
Thanks to Councillor Snowden, and there is clearly a need to look at traffic flows on Hitchcock Way. I did highlight that with my initial response. I think it would be worthwhile having a meeting with Didcot members on site to look at what can be done in what's a slightly constrained space with the railway on one side.
Thank you. 29.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon, I'm not sure I got the answer really, but using the same example, in Didcot we've had thousands of new homes and employment zones, but not the road and cycle infrastructure that were meant to accompany them. Businesses are living in the consequences today. If the council has not quantified the economic cost of these infrastructure delays, on what evidence can the administration continue to claim that growth is being properly supported in Oxfordshire?
Thanks for the question. Sorry, it wasn't entirely clear in the original question exactly which scheme you were asking about. I'm very happy to take away and give you a more detailed answer now that you've clarified.
Thank you. 31.
Thank you, Chair. Tragically, this year has already seen a fatality on the A420 in my division, but Councillor Epps refused in his answer to commit to the proposed A420 corridor study that could improve road safety. Why?
As Councillor Evans should be aware, and his parishes will be aware, the Vision Zero team has just done a series of comprehensive studies on the A420 and other roads. He's shaking his head, but I think he needs to check his email. I'm very, very happy. Sorry, Councillor Evans, I've got the floor. I'm very, very happy to share that information with them and set up an office, a briefing with officers going through the detail of it. I have to add, as I said in my answer, the other thing we need on the A420 is average speed cameras, and I'd be very, very grateful if he can have a word with his friends in Thames Valley Police to see if they can bring that forward, as they seem to be spending an awful lot of interest in that area on other matters just now.
32.
Thank you, Chair. The written answer shows that when the administration introduced the congestion charge, they did not consider the impact it would have on blue badge applications, and disabled people were left waiting up to 14 weeks, over 3 months, for their blue badges. Will the Cabinet member now apologise to disabled residents for the delays and promise to formally review the process for blue badge applications to make it easier for residents?
Thank you. I am, of course, very sorry if anyone was unnecessarily delayed. Of course, I think I'm very proud of the work that our call centre does, both online and on the end of the phone. I think it works really well and it's constantly kept under review. I think there's a perfectly valid point that if we introduce a new policy that's likely to cause a spike, we should take that into account, and we will do so.
33.
I'm grateful, Chair. The answer acknowledges that, quote, delays and rephasing within the capital programme can increase exposure to cost pressures, end quote. But it seems the council has undertaken no proper analysis of the total cost of such delays, which I find staggering. Will the Cabinet member now commit to undertaking a holistic review of the impact of delays in the capital programme on overall programme costs?
Well, I don't acknowledge at all that there is no review of delays in the capital programme. There's a continual delay in the capital programme and a huge amount of effort that goes into making sure both that the data originally is right, that programmes are properly timed within our capital programme, and that the relevant amounts of capital are allocated to each scheme, unlike what happened under the previous administration. And let's remember that we are still putting in place now those schemes that were dumped on this administration without proper costing.
Thank you. 34. That's about it.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your response. Please could you provide with me a quantified financial breakdown of the 26-27 investment plan for highway improvements and maintenance in the Wallingford division, comparing investment in the following: smooth, safe progress for wheeled vehicles on roads, investment for pedestrians crossing roads, cycle paths, footpaths and pavements, along with an explanation of the prioritisation process and how that is guided by OCC's #1 strategic risk, climate impact. Thank you.
Thank the councillor for the question. I think I didn't note all that down, but if he can send that to me in writing, I'll happy to answer that in full.
Of course. Thank you. 35. 36, 37, 38. Oh, sorry. Councillor Thomas, did you have a? Sorry, 37. Let's go back.
Thank you for your answer. I believe you recognise that communication with SEND parents is a continuing process and sometimes best done locally. So wanted confirmation from you that you will continue to work with me and other division members as well as other partners so that we can improve lives for our residents.
Thank you. And yes, I'm happy to meet with any member on this discussion. If anybody wants to involve me or children's officers on anything SEND related, I'm very happy to set some time aside. Continuous improvement is the journey that we're on. I know that we've made good progress. I know that we've still got improvements to be made. But yeah, this is a very sincere offer. Yes.
Thank you. Question 38.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Gordon, for your answer. Could you detail how residents and parishes can access the call packs and tailored advice for individuals? You mentioned community groups, but that seems a little bit haphazard. And could members be informed of the provision in their areas? And secondly, would the Cabinet member agree that the planting of trees in neighbourhoods can provide cool places? However, we must balance that with fire risk and risk to damage to buildings. We need the right trees, the right species of tree in the right place.
Don't think I didn't notice there were two questions there.
I think that's okay. I'm happy to answer both of them. On the first one, I think that that's a really good point that we've, while I think that we have scaled up our communications between the first heat wave this year and the second heat wave this year, I think that there is a very clear point that there's more that we can do. And I think that if the anticipated forecast for next week is correct, then we will have opportunity, unfortunately, very soon to do even better. If anybody, not just yourself, but anybody else has any comments about how we can do that, please do feel free to get in touch. In terms of trees, absolutely take the point. Trees are an incredibly effective way at promoting urban cooling, but there are also downsides, and they need careful maintenance, especially around root systems and around fire risk, as do grasses and other sort of natural management, which can promote both cooling and protection against flooding. It all needs to be looked at, and I think as the UK becomes a hotter climate, this is something that we'll have to develop significant expertise in very, very quickly. But I think it's a very important point. It's something we're very aware of and that we will be looking at in more detail.
Thank you. And finally, question 39.
Councillor Gregory, could you explain what the pathway is for people with dual diagnosis? I'm not sure that it's actually mentioned or detailed in the answer given. And how do we actually engage with chaotic behaviours so often exhibited by people suffering dual diagnosis?
Thank you, Councillor Sargent, for the question. Also, thank you for your collaborative approach on this. I don't have that level of detail right now, but I'd be more than happy to meet with you and go through how we deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the questions from members. We move on to item 9, the report of the Cabinet, and we've been notified of a large number of questions which we won't get through. I will add on the time that we've saved, but this item is allocated half an hour. We'll have a little bit more, but we will finish it at 12:10 exactly. So I would urge members to continue, please, being succinct and to the point with their questions. Obviously, you don't have to ask a question, if you have changed your mind. So we begin with questions to the leader. So got Councillor Garnett, paragraph 1.
Yes, thank you. In terms of local government reorganisation, I'm wondering why the item in this report says this is what the council wants, when this is in fact what the Cabinet wants. As I've said before in this chamber, we haven't had a council vote on the One Oxfordshire model. Could it please be described as what the Cabinet wants going forward?
Councillor Wheeler.
The cabinet are the
Do you mind
administration.
standing up when you speak? Sorry.
As I understand it, the cabinet are the administration for the council. So I believe that's the reports go forward in the council's name by us.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you. When responding to the government's consultation on councillor numbers to be included in any structural change order, the administration chose to disregard the consensus proposal agreed by the cross-party working group. Given this, what reassurance can the leader provide that future responses surrounding the structural change order and decisions around local government reorganisation will seek to draw on the experiences across this council and cross-party support?
The Labour government clearly puts it in an invidious position by making a arbitrary limit of the number of councillors that can go forward in a single unitary authority of 99. It's a pretty undesirable number, but what the administration took the opinion that we wanted to try and secure a single unitary Oxfordshire, and that was our number one goal. Hopefully we can address this anomaly in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Mallon.
Thank you, sir. The Labour government said when it came in that local government reorganisation was a priority. I don't think it was ours, but it was theirs. Now, this council has a working group of senior elected members who advise the council on local government boundaries, number of elected members, geography and voter numbers. Would the leader agree with me that it was a mistake not to convene that committee at an early stage, and that to disregard the advice of that working party when it finally met last minute and late was disingenuous?
We welcome the input of the committee and lots of valuable suggestions were put forward. It does not mean we're compelled to take on every one of their suggestions, and we decided we disagreed with some of their suggestions.
Thank you. On paragraph 2, Councillor Middleton. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I've missed out Councillor Evans. My mistake.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful. Does the Leader of the Council agree with me that it would be wholly unacceptable and fundamentally undemocratic if we had a single Oxfordshire Council in which some of our divisions had 2 councillors and other divisions had only 1?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that at a recent meeting of all council leaders likely to be involved in a Thames Valley Foundation strategic authority, the leader effectively vetoed plans for OCC to join such an authority and then essentially torpedoed the whole proposal that any such authority will be formed. Could he explain why?
I explained in detail to Councillor Mallon when he asked me a question earlier. That's written down in these papers. Essentially, we were offered initially the mayoral authority, which we were very positive about. That got watered down across this process, and we were offered what is essentially surmised thin gruel for the Thames Valley area, which is the growth engine of this country, as I said earlier. We need to be much more ambitious about what we want. Whilst I did vote against it, it was not just me. Windsor and Maidenhead have long held concerns about a FSA, and some of the colleagues on district councils as well, who are in this room, were not enthused about the various prospects that were put in front of us. What we would have had is we'd had another layer of local government costing £1 million a year, for which we would have got £250,000 a year. So that would have represented a tax on the people of the Thames Valley.
Brief answer, if you could, Leader, please. If you could keep the answer as brief as possible, without
I've written it down in Councillor Mallon's response.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Brighouse.
The question I was going to ask was has partially been answered in relation to what Councillor Middleton said. However, meetings that I've been in around foundation strategic authorities were very much around actually very short-term authorities, which would then turn into mayoral authorities. It seems to me that actually the administration as a whole has actually been looking for some way to scupper us moving into any sort of strategic authority. This isn't a local government or local.
Can you get
local
to your
council.
question, please?
And it seems to me that this council has been quite severely misled by the previous administration and now by this administration. Will you agree?
There's a huge amount of conjecture in there and wishful thinking, as Councillor Mallon had earlier. She believes that they move from a foundational strategic authority into a mayoral authority, but no timeline was provided by the minister on any occasion. So we were left hoping that that would be the case. We now have a man who is clearly committed to devolution. He said as much in a speech yesterday, and I look forward to working with him to actually deliver meaningfully devolution, which is what we want in the Thames Valley.
Thank you. Councillor Rawlings.
Thank you, Chair. Now local councils have explained to the UK government what the geography of the Thames Valley truly is and why Swindon simply does not fit. Given that it's vital that any MSA has coherent geography and is not gerrymandered, contrary to all the economic and cultural evidence. However, given the government's own reorganisation,
Councillor Rawlings, can you answer the question?
What deadlines can now confidently be expected for devolution and LGR, please?
Well, we don't know really, do we? There's no confident deadlines, unfortunately. All we can do is put forward our best foot and hope that we get a listening ear with the new government under Andy Burnham.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
At its last meeting, the Performance Scrutiny Committee considered a report highlighting the reasons why Oxfordshire is falling behind Cambridgeshire in the competition for international investment and the creation of high-paid jobs. One of these major differences is our county's lack of a strategic authority and the funding powers and international investment appeal that this provides. Why does the leader oppose the same cross-party partnership working here in the Thames Valley, which has delivered substantial benefits for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough?
Cambridge and Peterborough have one of the most complex and antediluvian local government settlements anywhere in the country. They've got a mayor, they've got county councils doing the buses, they've got district councils as well. That is exactly the kind of model, and they've got a devolution corporation, which I know the government want to impose on Oxfordshire as well, potentially removing all democratic rights to planning in and around Oxford. What we want is something that makes sense, that is rational and works for our residents.
Councillor Pressel.
Thank you. Yes, I believe the leader said he wants to engage in more discussions with the government in order to try and compensate for his unfortunate decision to withdraw from the discussions on devolution. So I'd like to know what further discussions have taken place so far.
Well, you talk about discussions that we've had. We were given by, so obviously the minister we were working with, she resigned. And then we had a new minister who was in post for a matter of weeks before she gave us a Hobson's choice to take Swindon or nothing at all. That's not a very productive start to a meaningful relationship in which you are looking to devolve powers to local government. That's a centrally controlled, do it our way or nothing at all type of approach. And I'm hoping that Andy Burnham, who's obviously been a little bit busy since he became an MP, will give us some time when he's had time to settle in.
Thank you. Councillor Mallon.
Thank you, sir. We're in the middle of a World Cup. I think potentially losing out £97 billion investment in our region is like putting the ball on the penalty spot and missing by a mile, but still. Ed Davey, the Member of Parliament and the Lib Dem leader, said devolution was a priority for any authority, so therefore foundation status for a strategic authority would be part of that. The Lib Dem leadership, as we've said, not the council, the Lib Dem leadership on this council says no. But Liberal Democrat councillors who are members of this authority who serve on other Oxfordshire authorities have said publicly yes. Can the leader please explain this anomaly amongst the Liberal Democrat Party?
Chair, people have heard a lot from me. I'll defer this to my deputy.
He's been silenced.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm not a business person, but I have been involved in various negotiations in my life. And the idea that when someone sends you a letter offering you a bad deal that's going to cost you money and promises, makes absolutely zero commitments to anything in return, that you just say yes, absolutely bonkers. Councillor Bearder did exactly the right thing to say no and let the government come back with a better offer. A week later, we're going to have a new Prime Minister who genuinely seems to believe in devolution and has practiced it. And I do believe there's a potential that we'll get a better offer. He did exactly the right thing on behalf of Oxfordshire. And anyone who thinks that the right thing to do is to say yes to a bad deal, frankly, is a fool. Through you, sir, that was not my question. Could I have the answer to the question I put? That was a question to the previous question. That was an answer to the previous question. My question was, the Liberal Democrat Party speaks with forked tongue. They've got the leader.
I think, Councillor Mann, you've asked your question. You've had an answer. It may not be the one you wanted, but you have had an answer, and we need to get through.
Answer the questions. That's
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Chair. The leaders of Chilwell and West Oxfordshire district councils indicate that they remain supportive of the benefits of a foundation strategic authority. Had the leader discussed his withdrawal of support with his district colleagues beforehand?
If I may again.
Yes, of course.
We're all, the leaders of the 4 Lib Dem-led district councils in Oxfordshire and the County Council all agree that there is huge potential from a good devolution deal, whatever name the government gives to it. This was one offer. It was a bad deal, so we said no to it. That does not mean we're not open to negotiations on a better deal, and that is exactly what we will be seeking. And I think all 5 Liberal Democrat council leaders in Oxfordshire agree with that position.
Thank you. Moving on to questions to Councillor Fawcett on as resources and page 21, item 3, starting with Councillor Markham.
So the consultation around the changes to the fire service has caused a lot of uncertainty and obviously strong feedback. And the most recent uniformed fire officers meeting was cancelled. Please can you inform me when a new proposal will be brought to council?
Thank you. And thank you to whoever turned my mic on, given my inability to do so. That is a really helpful question. And I won't answer the specific question, but I will give you an answer that I think will be helpful. We have now started collaborative discussions with representatives of the FBU, chaired by an independent person, to try and come forward with positive proposals to enable us to use the resources that we spend on our fire and rescue service in the best possible way, and to make changes to the workforce in a way that helps us deliver our objectives to deliver a top quality fire and rescue service, primarily around saving lives and reducing injuries, in collaboration with the FBU and our officers. That so far, they've had the first meeting, it's going well. I would like to just point out the meeting that was scheduled was cancelled because the FBU did not have any business for it. And the FBU have been chairing it for the last year. The next meeting of that committee is scheduled for September. I look forward to taking part in that meeting, and I hope that by that time we'll be able to report back on some positive progress.
Thank you. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Chair. The recent planning application, including provision for a new fire station at Pear Tree, suggests that the possible closure of Rewley Road and Kidlington stations remains on the agenda. And to be fair, no one's ever said it's not. But does the Cabinet member not agree that the historic centre of Oxford is probably going to be better served by the existing Rewley Road station rather than an edge of city location?
Thank you. That, again, a very important question. One of the challenges we have when we're looking at any options for the fire and rescue service is that there are always going to be trade-offs. So it's quite right. The current setup that we have is based on the premise that historic buildings in the centre of Oxford have a special value and need a faster response time than the average across the county. And that is a perfectly reasonable position.
However, the downside of that is that there are other parts of the county and other types of activity that get less resource. As a result, there's a certain amount of resource and we have to make choices about how we use it. We have been very clear that the option of a new North Oxford station is still a possibility. And it would be remiss of us to not look at options for that so that we can then assess how those trade-offs will work in the future. There's no firm plan for that. We don't even know yet whether that planning application will go through, but we're going to keep it open as an option. The key thing is I think that we keep asking ourselves those questions, making sure we get the right balance between those different priorities, and that we work with the FBU and our as fire officers through that process.
Thank you. Councillor Malik. No. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question has been partly answered by the Deputy Leader, but I will ask it again. If I take the time to write it down, things. Can the Deputy Leader tell us whether a collaborative approach to finding positive solutions to the challenges facing the fire and rescue service has started?
I think I have answered that, but I'll say again, yes, I'm absolutely committed to doing this through a collaborative approach, and so far it seems to be going positively.
Thank you. Councillor Cherry.
Thank you, Chair. Given the Liberal Democrat administration stepped back from draconian cuts to the Oxfordshire Fire Service, can I be assured that these plans won't simply resurface later on over the last term of the County Council, bearing in mind devolution?
Thank you. So firstly, if you read the consultation document or if you attended the councillor briefing, you would know that there was no overall cuts proposed to the fire service. What there was a movement of resources from some facilities to other facilities with the aim of speeding up response times and providing our residents across Oxfordshire with a safer county to live in. Some of those we've now ruled out, and although sometimes people claim that this council does not listen to the response to consultations, we very clearly have listened to the response to the consultation. We're now working very positively to look at options for the future. There are no proposals on the table to cut overall the amount of money that we spend on the fire and rescue service.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you. Just to seek clarification about whether a decision's been made about closure. Said there's been one meeting, but we've already got of allocation city, and just clarification around the status of that.
Absolutely no decision has been made about the closure of Kidlington Fire Station or of Rewley Road. We were clear in our response to the responses to the consultation on that point, but as I've already answered to Councillor Saul, the option remains open, but we'll have a lot of factors to balance in making the decision about the right way forward. So no, absolutely no decision has been made at this point.
Thank you. And finally on this section, Councillor Pessell.
Yes, the council received a massive amount of feedback in response to these proposals. And one of the things the Cabinet agreed to do in response to the feedback was to improve their recruitment practices. I know the current staff have lots of very good ideas which have never been listened to, apparently. So I'd like to know what the Cabinet's going to do to improve recruitment.
I don't believe it's true that none of the positive ideas have been listened to. In fact, there's been ongoing campaigns both at a local level and across the county to recruit additional firefighters. I think the most positive thing that came out of the consultation was the strength of feeling in places like Woodstock and Ensham and Henley about the way the local communities in those areas absolutely value their local fire service. And that has led to a very positive discussion about how we can significantly increase the work we do to encourage recruitment. It's worth saying that as things currently stand, the impact of poor recruitment of retained firefighters is that we have to move paid resource around the county in order to ensure that cover is in place. And that overall means that we get less good value for the budget that we spend on fire and rescue service than it would if that wasn't the case. So that is a problem that we are very committed to solving and to doing so collaboratively.
Thank you. We move on to questions to Councillor Edwards on local government reorganisation and human resources. Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, The vision underpinning the culture strategy, as stated in the Cabinet report, includes the words, deliver outstanding services for our communities. This might be said to create unrealistic expectations with our residents and an increased burden on officers' shoulders. How would it be if the vision was grounded in the current and future funding reality, perhaps acknowledging that OCC's best chance to deliver outstanding services is with our communities? I wonder what impact that would have.
Do we have somebody who can answer those? Councillor Fawcett, you are multi-talented.
Yeah, so firstly, can I just apologise on Councillor Edwards' behalf? Some of you may be aware she is currently going through chemotherapy and is having to rest. She is here today, but is having to do periods of rest. This item was actually on the agenda in my name when it was in my portfolio. So to answer Councillor Barlow, I think that is a really challenging question. I take the view that we should be aiming to deliver excellent services, whatever the financial constraints we are working within, even if that is really hard work because of the financial constraints we work under. And I'm conscious that we've got, a lot more money to save in the next 2 years than we've been able to identify so far. I think in the context of this report, it's even more important that we're very clear to everybody who works for the County Council that we absolutely value the work they do and we value them as an individual officer of this council, but our expectation is that the service they deliver day to day to our residents should always aim to be at an excellent quality.
Thank you. And you did tell me in advance you were going to take these questions. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. The revised strategy references the need for, and I quote, well-managed change, which would help everyone feel more confident, informed and supported across all teams. So can the Cabinet member describe staff morale faced with the closure of County Hall and now having to cope with new uncertainty around the devolution plans for the county? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Again, that's a very helpful question, as the councillors' questions always are. And they always make me think, which is a good thing. Clearly, there are some factors that are happening that are out of our control. If the government has said there's going to be LGR and that there might be devolution, that's happening. We can't do anything about that. What we can do is look at how we communicate with our staff, how we listen to our staff, how we treat our staff. And the good news is that despite the external pressures, some of which clearly are having or have the potential to have a negative impact on morale, the evidence is that our staff morale across the county is pretty positive, is going in the right direction. The proportion of our staff who actually work in County Hall is very, very small. Clearly, for those who are used to working here, the kind of changes that we're now going into will have an impact and a potentially negative impact. But I am very confident that the officers who are managing that change and the transition from here to temporary accommodation and then to new accommodation are doing so in a very well thought out manner. We've had very high levels of staff engagement with that process. And as far as I know, in the circumstances, we're doing reasonably well. I'm sure that Councillor Edwards is very alert to that and will be keeping a watching eye to ensure that that doesn't change.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, this is partially answered by the last question, but for me, it's becoming increasingly frustrating that getting things done by OCC takes a long time. For example, I've been waiting on a meeting at Shillingford Bridge for most of this year for what is a minor piece of work. This meeting has been repeatedly pushed back, often at the last minute, leading me to wonder, what is OCC doing over the next 2 years in terms of retention of staff or recruitment of new staff, given that there is an ever diminishing period of time that the current council will be effectively operative? Thank you.
Again, that's a very good question, and it raises one of the very genuine challenges that we face as the County Council in these circumstances. We are very, very conscious of the risk in terms of staff retention as we move forward into the transition towards the new authorities, which at some point the government will tell us what they are and give us a clear timetable to do. And I hope that the new government coming in will mean that that's a quicker process than it might have been. One thing that we've been very clear to our staff about is that for the vast majority of them, whatever day job they do now, they will still need to be doing in 2 or 3 years' time. and that definitely includes any member of staff who's working on bridges or any other highways programme on the ground. I think the issue around how long it takes to do things is a separate but linked question. And I think I suspect all councillors in this chamber have examples of frustration at how long it takes sometimes to get things done. My advice is to go straight, if you are in a situation where something has been promised to have happened and hasn't, go to the relevant cabinet member, which off the top of my head in this case is probably Councillor Leffman, and raise it with them, and each of us will do our best to chase.
Thank you. We move on to questions to Councillor Epps. Begin first section, page 22, item 5, the local transport consolidated funding settlement. And I've got Councillor Kerr.
So just why are the costs predominantly allocated to roads when our targets are all about active travel and buses? And relatedly, as part of that, how
if you're able to stand when you ask a question, it does help.
Okay.
Thank you.
And how are we avoiding value engineering, dropping the active travel bit of schemes as costs rise?
I thank Councillor Kerr for the question. This is clearly an area that's based on a number of historic decisions, and indeed the cabinet decision itself was taken before I came onto cabinet. I think it is a fair challenge. We have inherited a number of projects, and the project in general, the longer it takes to deliver, which is why some road items are still on here. I'm very happy to go through this in detail and discuss this as we move towards reviews of future programmes. But I would highlight there is an awful lot of new initiative in here on active travel, on public transport, a lot of which we're already delivering. And I hope that we are in the process of recalibrating that. But I'm very happy to discuss that further, and would thank her for her ongoing, very constructive work as active travel champion.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the Cabinet report. The last sentence says concerns regarding active travel, and I want to focus on PM 2.5 emissions monitoring were addressed as priorities. As the NOx performance of this county is improving, the focus is increasingly on PM 2.5. I just wonder what action is actually being taken to increase the coverage of PM 2.5 monitoring, which I think is slightly harder to undertake than NOx. Thank you.
I think that's a very detailed question, which I thank him for. And there's an awful lot of work that is being done. He's right in saying to address air quality challenges, and the technology in this area is evolving very, very quickly, as I think we're going to hear at a national level in the coming months. Air quality monitoring, I think, is still a responsibility of districts, and I'll be very happy to sit down and look at what can be done to improve that and make sure that what we're looking at meets the challenges of the day and indeed the evolving science.
Councillor Henwood.
Duplicate question, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I do appreciate current efforts, it's clear that we need to lead much more strongly for a significant and urgent modal shift in transport to counter, amongst other things, OCC's #1 strategic risk, climate impact. And so I'm interested in how the local transport delivery plan is really being integrated into the major highway decisions being taken, so that the latter appraise the broadest set of options rather than defaulting to road building in cases such as the Watlington bypass. Thank you.
I thank Councillor Barlow for his question. I think, as I said earlier, a number of the items in this report relate to decisions relating to planning decisions and other schemes that were made many years ago, and indeed under previous administrations. So this is something we keep under review, and I'm very happy to talk to him and others about how we're looking to prioritise these things going forward.
Thank you. And Councillor Pressel.
Yes, the LDTP was on the local plan, on the forward plan, for only 28 days. I'd like to know why that was, because it didn't give a scrutiny enough time to scrutinise it, which is very unfortunate. So can we please improve our practice as far as the forward plan is concerned?
I'm happy to take that on board going forward. I think in relation to the specific query there, I'd have to get back to you in writing, Councillor Pressel.
Moving on to question on item 6, movement and place plan, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. On reading this, I was minded to ask whether there's a movement and place plan or an area strategy in old speak for the Benson area. We are going to unleash HF1 on our area, coming out at Golden Balls roundabout by Berensfield. This will encourage traffic to effectively cut a corner, either travelling straight on through narrow and winding roads via Stadhampton to the M40, or enjoying the benefits of the Relief Road in Benson when finally completed, and heading to the M40 via Watlington. This on top of new developments.
Can you get to the question?
In Chargrove, driving yet more traffic through constricted roads. What is the plan for this area that mitigates the potential vast induced increase in traffic? Thank you.
The item debated at Cabinet, which is one I'm very familiar with, was the movement and place plan for Bicester and the surrounding villages. And that was brought forward because of the multiple major development proposals that have come forward, almost all of them speculative, in that area, and the need to be able to provide appropriate mitigation. And it was a very involved process, and one that I think ultimately has proved hugely valuable. And I absolutely take Councillor McLaughlin's point that we do need to bring forward further movement and place plans. There are a number of areas in the county which haven't been covered. I'm talking to officers at the moment about the timescales for those. There are, I think, 3 movement and place plan work streams currently underway, and I think this work is very important. It does provide a lot of scope to consider mitigation and be able to test some of these ideas out with the public. So I'm very happy to get back to him and give an exact timescale, but it is something I found very useful, and not least in this case.
Thank you, Councillor Baines.
Thank you. Given the appallingly low figures in the Bicester and Science Vale movement and place plans for public transport use, especially for journeys under 2 miles, and the limited plans for changing these figures, can the Cabinet member outline how the new 2040 bus strategy will fundamentally change this, and will future MPPs be more ambitious on public transport modal share?
Well, I'm grateful for Councillor Baines' interest in public transport journeys in and around Bicester, and he's right. We do start from a very low base, and members will be aware of many of the reasons that's been the case, not least the fact that we lost pretty much all our rural bus services at one point and have been gradually clawing them back. We've had the challenge of services such as the Bicester B, where Ability, the operator, has decided to cease trading at the end of August, so that service is currently out to retender. What we need to do is work forward both with the local plans, so we can hold developers to account, and look, as I said earlier in response to another question, at what we can do as part of the plan for bus, which is a strategic county level document. Ultimately, the challenge is going to be working with government to make sure there are clear funding streams for this sort of work, not least in rural areas where there may not be some of the other funding allocation streams that we've been able to rely on, such as developer obligations.
Thank you. I'll just remind members, we've got 10 minutes left for this item. We're not going to get through all the questions, but if members could keep their questions to the point and brief, that would be helpful. And if Cabinet members could, if detailed answers are required, perhaps promise to supply that at another time, we'll get through as many as we possibly can. Councillor Saul.
The West Oxfordshire Lowlands Movement and Place Plan appears to discount the contribution of free parking to the vitality of our market towns. Could the Cabinet member please ensure that proper weight is given to those consultation responses that object to any introduction of parking charges in West Oxfordshire? And also, perhaps we could save a lot of fuss going forward, because when we bring forward the West Oxfordshire Uplands Movement and Place Plan, perhaps we don't bother to bring this proposal forward. Thank you.
Well, in my eyes, it wasn't a proposal. In my eyes, it wouldn't have gone in the consultation document as it was. I've already made absolutely clear that as far as the Lowlands plan is concerned, and as I said earlier this morning in writing in a reply, West Oxfordshire District Council and its administration, which Councillor Saul is a part, has been told that it's got some sort of secret plans to charge it for parking in its car parks. And we've been told this on a very regular basis. And strangely enough, every time it turns out that these plans don't actually exist. I absolutely agree with him that we need to be clearer in terms of the Uplands plan when that comes. There are, of course, plenty of parking challenges within the Uplands area, including Chipping Norton. I'm very, very happy to talk to him about that as work starts for that plan.
Thank you. I think that was a yes. Councillor Brickhouse.
Thank you. I just would like to ask, how do you consider the Marmot principles and the evidence within the Marmot principles whenever you are actually looking at movement and place plans?
Well, certainly in this case, as a then backbencher, I made sure that consideration was given to Marmot, particularly in the context of rural isolation. It came up in some of the questions that I was asking about bus services, where people need to rely on bus services to get from their village to the nearest GP surgery. I think it absolutely has to be embedded, and I think that's right. And I think that's certainly a very valuable reminder that I will take back to officers.
Thank you. Moving on to question on the Oxford Congestion Charge Investment Plan, Councillor Garnett.
Thank you. I was just wondering, how can we make sure that the bus investment is also encouraging less car use as efficiently as possible? I worry that a £3 combined parking and riding ticket will stop incentivising car sharing. Can we make sure going forward, at some point at least, that parking charges at Park and Ride are per car rather than per person? Happy for this to be answered later.
That's a very, very good question, which I'm happy to take forward. Clearly, these arrangements aren't solely within the county council's control, but I take the point and very happy to discuss that going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you. What consideration has the Cabinet member made of the inclusion of the Rosehill Church Cowley Road junction on the active travel upgrade list funded by the temporary congestion charge? And will he meet with me and other local councillors to discuss how we can improve safety at this location?
Well, that was, of course, was picked up earlier, and I'm very happy to meet with him and others to discuss the ways of doing that, indeed funding it.
Thank you. Councillor Henrys.
Thank you, Chair. So coming back to the congestion charge, which is now a £5 charge that's generating a surplus this year. With the introduction of the traffic filter scheme priced at £70, how does the Cabinet member square that circle with some of the poorest communities in our city?
I think this is a session on the congestion charge investment plan. I think he needs to wait for future details to have a look at that. But I'm of course acutely conscious of the need to make sure that equity is entrenched within everything we do in this council, including this area.
Thank you, Councillor Creed.
I wanted to ask the Cabinet member what consideration he'd made for the Marmot principles in the investment plan for Oxford's congestion charge, considering that the congestion charge has moved traffic from relatively affluent areas into some of the most deprived areas in Oxford.
I wasn't the Cabinet member at the time, Councillor Creed, so perhaps that's something that I can ask vicariously to my predecessor. Clearly, the Marmot principles are very, very important in this. There's been equality impact assessments and details there which inform the decision-making process, and we continue to work these things through to make sure Marmot is embedded in all these things, in movement and place plans, and in plans such as these.
Thank you. Councillor Edison-One.
Given the level of deprivation in the Leeds, what specific element of the congestion charge investment plan will improve transport access and opportunities for my residents, rather than primarily benefiting people traveling into Oxford?
Well, I think two examples that I can give, and I thank him for giving me notice of that question. Two examples that I would give of those measures are the measures to support public sector workers in schools and health, to be able to travel about. And subsidise those. I think there are clearly other considerations at play. I'd be very happy to talk to him about how we can look to support those things further. And there's clearly scope within these plans, for example, for active travel measures that will help. And there's of course a lot else that's being done out with the scope of this particular investment plan.
Thank you, Councillor Mallon. No. Oh, sorry, Councillor Malik.
Thank you. Yeah, very brief question to the cabinet member, where I welcome all this £3 combined park and ride, but park and ride doesn't serve the division I represent in Cowley. There's no park and ride come to Cowley, and the problem I have is Oxford Road and Church Cowley Road. The congestion is worse than ever. So if it's all about tackling the congestion charges, what measure this council will take to ease the congestion of Oxford Road and Church Cowley Road?
As with all of these things, and with all of the changes that are going to come, not least with the reopening of the Botley Road, we continue to monitor these things and look for ways to relieve congestion, and that's got to be true for all of the city. I outlined in my response to the petition earlier some of the multiple challenges that there are in the Church Cowley area. Those things aren't easy. Dealing with some of the challenges at particular junctions requires funding, and of course we're in a particularly constrained environment funding wise. But I think the reminder is absolutely fine, and I'm certainly very keen to look at ways of solving some of the issues around those junctions.
Thank you. We've got two questions on item 8, updates to the parking standards for new developments. I'm going to take those two questions and then we'll move on. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you. It's great to see this parking plan for reducing car parking and car dependency. How is the county linking up with districts and city councils, which are responsible for planning and for making sure that new unitary authorities enforce and sort of take these plans forward? I would like to note that the reducing car parking to reduce car dependency is somewhat conflicting with all the road building happening across the county. The cabinet member has understandably said a lot of this has been inherited, but we can and must change direction. What are also his plans for that? Sorry, I realised that was two questions.
I'm conscious of time, Chair. In terms of linking up with the districts, that's something I'm seeking to move forward on really quite quickly. We've obviously got a lot of local plans are up in the process at the moment, but I think it'll be really good to work as closely as we can with the districts on this.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Fry.
Thank you very much. The council originally, I'm referring to bicycle provision on new developments. The council's provision previously was apparently double the national standard. Well, Oxford is a cycling city, so I would expect it to be higher than elsewhere. But the proposal now is to bring it back to the national standard. I just wonder whether the cabinet could consider maybe going halfway, since we are a cycling city, to try to at least promote more cycling provision on new developments rather than the mere national standard, and in that context include safe parking space for the increasing number of electric bikes. Thank you.
I thank Councillor Fry for the remark. The remark about e-bikes is well made, and it's an area that's clearly going to evolve. In terms of the standards for cycling here, my understanding is that the original challenge was that for a 4-bedroom house, you'd be looking to provide eight cycle parking spaces by mandate. And clearly that that feels a little bit high to me. And hence I understand why the cabinet at the time made the decision. I'm very much up for having a discussion about potential flexibility, noting the different challenges we have in terms of mode across the county and the need to encourage people in some areas to take up different modes of transport, but the need also to manage current cycling levels within the city.
Thank you very much. That's all we have time for on questions on the Cabinet report. Just to reassure members and members of the public that in the next meeting, the order of the Cabinet members answering questions will be changed so that it isn't always the same people. So we will get round to everybody, hopefully, and thank you for keeping your questions brief. We're moving on to the scrutiny annual report, which documents the activities of the 4 other overview and scrutiny committees of the 25, Mr. No, 4 of the overview and scrutiny committees for the 25-26 council year. The covering report's at page 29 and the main report is at page 31. I understand the items being proposed by Councillor Brighouse and seconded by Councillor Snowden. Is that correct? Thank you very much. Councillor Brighouse, you've up to 5 minutes to speak, if you would like to do so.
Thank you very much. Can I just start by saying that it is my pleasure to be able to present this report and to ask Council to receive and note it. I would like to start by saying thank you to our 4 scrutiny officers, Tom, Richard, Ben and Omid, who does the scrutiny in relation to health, which has actually got a separate report. They work hard to ensure our committees work efficiently. I would also like to thank officers and cabinet members for their contribution to good scrutiny. The role of scrutiny committees is to ensure that local government is efficient, transparent and accountable. They cannot change policy nor reverse policies. They are there to engage with relevant, informed individuals to consider policy and performance in the light of evidence gathered and presented in what is referred to as a critical friend approach. When scrutiny makes a recommendation, it is a legal requirement that the recommendation be responded to in writing by the relevant council decision maker. This report is an audit of the work of the 4 scrutiny committees, and I'm sure members of this council will have read the report and will appreciate the amazing work that has been carried out. Almost half of the councillors in the council chamber sit on a scrutiny committee. That is over 30 councillors. These democratically elected councillors are well placed to collectively represent the views and issues of residents across Oxfordshire and to ensure that the bright light of ordinariness shines on our decision making. I would now like to speak about the committee I chair, and I know that the chairs of the other committees will want to do the same. I want to thank the officers in Children's Services for the work they do in keeping our children safe and thriving. We have additional observers on this committee, young people, reps from large trusts and governing bodies who add so much to effective scrutiny. We have undertaken scrutiny across all of the services within the department, services that relate to the children we care for, who we always remember whenever we are actually scrutinising policies. We've considered the outcomes of inspections and the plans and policies that have been put together in order to keep our children safe and thriving. Issues to do with SEND we've spent an enormous amount of time on, and we have been actually privileged to hear from many parents who come to the scrutiny committee and to talk about the issues that their children are facing. I know all of you will have experiences in your own divisions around SEND and around issues to do with how the department responds to those children and their parents. And I think we all need to remember that there is nobody in the department that goes to work in the morning that actually wants to do anything other than make sure children have good life chances. We are on the cusp of having changes to our SEND policies, and those SEND policies we have a report which will be coming to scrutiny soon. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to do that because of changes from central government. But we will be looking at it and we will be making recommendations, as we will on the best value, the Better Start proposals that came to Cabinet recently. One of the major issues for scrutiny and for children and young people in this county, and particularly in this county, in some ways more than any other, is the enormous gap in attainment between our children. The children who attain well, the children who go to university, the children who, with very little effort sometimes, get the support from home, get the support from family, get the support from community to enable them to engage well with our services, and other children who don't have that sort of support. And it's up to us to make sure that they do get it. And I know that Councillor Saul, and I can't finish what I have to say without mentioning the cabinet member who does serve our committee so
30 seconds.
and who does serve the children of Oxfordshire well. One thing I would advise him, I know he's got major ambitions in terms of trying to close the gap and trying to make things different for our children, is that actually we do need the resources to do that. And Cabinet as a whole needs to be making sure that those resources are available for our most vulnerable children in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Councillor Snowden, do you wish to, well, you need to formally second it, but do you then wish to speak now?
I will say a few words. Fortunately, I was 100% confident that Councillor Brighouse would go into the detail, so I've written a very short speech, as it would be amiss if I didn't reiterate some of those points. So I'm pleased to second this report, and I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who contributed to the work of scrutiny over the past year. That includes members of all political parties, cabinet members with their willingness to engage constructively with our questions and recommendations, and the many external organisations, professionals and residents who shared their expertise and lived experiences with our committees. Their contributions have helped ensure our scrutiny is informed by evidence and by the voices of those affected by our decisions. Finally, I'd like to place on record my sincere thanks to the scrutiny officers, democratic services and all the officers who have supported the committee throughout the year. Their professionalism, preparation and hard work have ensured meetings have run smoothly and enabled members to carry out effective scrutiny on behalf of Oxfordshire residents. So, as I say, I'm very happy to second this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've got 4 people down to speak, starting with Councillor Bearder. You look slightly surprised. Have I got it wrong?
No, I just wanted to thank the work of the scrutiny committees for all their constructive work in informing the Cabinet's decision making processes. So that's all I wanted to say, really.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roberts.
I just wanted to keep it very brief and say that I'm really pleased how the scrutiny committee is now working. When we took over administration in 21, there were vast changes. The democratic service officers were changed a lot too, and the support was really quite disruptive. And we also, as a council, said that we wanted to look specifically at education and the young, as well as the other functions. So I think that this year's report is a really good example of all the work done. It's much more in depth than it used to be under the previous administration and the one prior to 2021. And I'm really pleased to read it with the increased information and detail that's there. So thank you to all the officers and all the councillors who've taken part.
Thank you. Councillor Pressall.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. It's a good report, and it's good to see that at least 2 of these scrutiny committees have come up with a very large number of recommendations. It seems to be a kind of competition to which of them gets more recommendations, since we're on dead heat. Not really, not really. I'm not a competitive person. So these recommendations are, of course, designed to help the council to function even better than it does. And with the help of our excellent officers, we're working hard to monitor the implementation of these recommendations, which is obviously the most important thing. But I'm going to raise a couple of concerns, which I hope will be helpful. As the report says on page 30, which is our page 60, if you've got our agenda in front of you, but the scrutiny report, it's on page 30. It says there at the end that Cabinet does not always respond in a timely manner to the recommendations when submitted. And the Place Scrutiny Committee sent some recommendations to Cabinet for their meeting on the 17th of March. And it's now the very end of June, and we're still waiting for a reply. So that's not good, and it, I hope, can be improved. And my other concern is that the committee's work on pre-decision scrutiny would be made far easier if items were placed on the forward plan as early as possible. I mentioned this earlier on in this meeting, actually. And if they're not put on there for just the minimum statutory period, which I believe was 28 days. And sometimes they're not even on the forward plan for the full 28 days. So please, can we improve that? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. There's bound to be some duplication here as Chair of the Performance and Corporate Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So the introduction spells out that the aims of scrutiny committees is to hold the Cabinet to account and to strengthen decision making. And the report lists some of the issues which the committee has discussed. And I would like to highlight the work on ensuring, for example, that social value is hardwired into decision making, looking how being a Marmot county ensures that we continue to focus on equity, and for the strategic plan to put more emphasis on residents being able to access renewable energy. So the work of the Performance Scrutiny Committee is only possible because Cabinet members have made themselves available to answer questions and because of the perceptive and astute questioning by members of the committee. I would like to thank all the members of the committee and their substitutes, the Deputy Chair, Councillor Ian Middleton, and the work undertaken by officers to provide reports, answer questions, and the officers who ensure the smooth running of the committee. And I hope that this year will be as productive as last year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've not spotted anybody else who wishes to speak. So Councillor Brighouse, you have up to 3 minutes to sum up if you wish to use them.
There's not much to sum up, really. I do thank Councillor Bader for his comment about scrutiny committee. But I do think, in terms of my own scrutiny committee, and you won't be surprised that that's the thing that I've burnt about all my life, is about how we treat our children. If I say that actually it takes a whole village to raise a child, and scrutiny and cabinet and our own communities are very much part of that, as are not just the policies that we have within those things, but the policies which actually do make a difference in our communities to how we treat our children. And can I just say that one of those policies has been, and it's a very small one probably in terms of, but for my division, the policy that we have had around our community buildings, having community buildings that are able to function in communities and provide some of that support that some children desperately need, is really, really important. And I think we must remember that Marmot principles, that issues around children, particularly children and young people, aren't just around the things that happen within the directorates, the Children's and Young People's Directorate. It's what we all do, both in our local communities, in this council chamber, in scrutiny and in cabinet and taking decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are asked to receive and note the report which we have duly done. And we now turn to the Joint Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee Annual Report that documents the breadth and depth of the committee's work over the 2025 to 26 council year. Councillor Hanrahan, you're proposing, and Councillor Edison, you're seconding, is that correct? Thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. This year, the committee has undertaken one of the most far-reaching programmes to meet the intense scrutiny challenges during a time when across the country, we all know there are large waiting list backlogs, industrial action, which thankfully has just ended, and rising public dissatisfaction. The committee met formally 5 times, 15 substantive matters, but many members volunteering to work in working groups, up to 20 meetings in the year with 2 new levels of scrutiny. I'd like to express thanks to Omid Nouri, our scrutiny officer, and Tom, whose exceptional work has made the entire programme possible, to our external partners across the NHS, county and districts, voluntary sector who have engaged throughout, to all committee members, district and county, especially those volunteering all these extra hours, not only on general practice, the Oxford City hubs and the Wantage Substantial Change Review. To the 14 members of the public who petitioned the committee, these directly shaped our work programme last year and this. Engagement from system partners was strong at place 46 recommendations and 59% were accepted and 28 partially and none rejected. A priority at the start of the year was deliberately and unapologetically primary care. Access for GPs is the top health priority for the public. The ambition to shift care from hospital to community is to be realised in the future, then general practice must be sustainable, properly resourced with the state and workforce so it can support neighbourhood ambitions and MAMA across the whole system. We established a dedicated general practice working group. We looked at all the data across all Oxfordshire practices. We scrutinised rising demand, workforce shortages, estate failures, digital exclusion, rural access, and the crushing administrative burden on general practice. We highlighted unacceptable delays to major estate projects, the Great Western Park and Bicester being the most visible examples, and we exposed variation in access that simply can't be justified in a modern health system. Our final report after completing GP visits will come in September. Across the wider system, our recommendations have been accepted to take forward the shift in culture called for in the AMOS report today on maternity, as well as giving visibility to understaffing and problems with the national tariff for funding. Also, cancer outcomes transparency, urgent and emergency care engagement, neighbourhood and environment development, and scrutiny of vulnerable communities, autism and ADHD service reform with a new model and plan being taken forward, and learning disability support. These were all accepted, and we secured cross-party support from Oxfordshire MPs, particularly to highlight sustainability of NHSI services, the importance of Health Watch function being preserved, and other concerns. We ended the year standing up for care providers not being paid, which came to our first meeting in June. We strengthened Oxfordshire's place-based voice during NHS reform, ensuring that local priorities were not lost in restructuring. We championed the Health Watch function, securing a partner commitment across system to the future of the independent patient voice, recognising the evidence of the vital bridge that is needed between communities and the system, while escalating nationally the call for reconsideration of abolition of local Health Watch. So that will come, voice will come again to September, where we'll look at a new report. Our work programme placed a strong focus on children and adults' mental health, reflecting the motion passed by Council in November, and the deep concerns about long waits, crisis pressures. In November, we had scrutinised children, made 6 recommendations, 5 accepted, 1 partially. For adults, we examined community adult services, and we're awaiting the responses to that. We worked within the capacity of the committee to do as big a scrutiny as we could, consistent with the motion, and we have ongoing scrutiny. And once we get the responses from adults, we will be able to consider our letter to the Secretary of State. Where recommendations were partially accepted, the reasons were consistent, usually held up by national funding streams, national commissioning rules, national workforce shortages and capital programmes. So we had good engagement. I think there's hope for the future, but we have huge challenges with 50% NHS cuts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edison, do you want to speak now or to reserve your right?
I'll just be brief to avoid duplication. I would like to thank the Chair, the Vice Chair, committee members, officers, NHS partners, and all those who have contributed to this work over the past year. The report reflects a strong commitment to constructive challenge and continuous improvement of the health service and for Oxfordshire residents. I therefore welcome this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 4 speakers on this. Councillor Pressel.
Yes, thank you. Now, this is a joint committee and there's huge emphasis on partnership. So I looked very carefully through this long report to try and see whether any recommendations had been made to the county council, or were they all just to the poor old NHS? And I couldn't find any recommendations to the county council, which surely is in need of some kind of improvement as far as health is concerned. Nobody's perfect. So I thought it was very disappointing that the committee seems to feel the county council itself doesn't need any scrutiny. And the other thing that disappointed me, apart from all the very good things that it's doing, is that we still don't seem to have any co-optees who are members of an ethnic minority, although we know that in many ways it's ethnic minority people in the county who suffer from worse health outcomes than white people do. So that's another disappointment, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Bearder. I have you don't know. Councillor Cherry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the in-depth report and the work of the Joint Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Obviously, you'll be aware of the Baroness Amos National Inquiry, and that relates to maternity, and part of that, some of the staff don't feel listened to. Well, in Banbury, we haven't had a consultant-led maternity for a number of years, and that's a grave concern for residents, campaign committee. It's even been reported in the BBC. I know the Prime Minister and Sean Woodcock will be arranging a visit to the Horton General Hospital, and I just want to emphasise how important it is for the people of North Oxfordshire, and whether at the summing up, the Chair does respond to how this committee is looking at all aspects of the Horton General, including maternity.
Thank you. Councillor Batstone.
Yeah. I'm pleased to advise the Council to receive and note this JHOSC annual report. It has been a very busy year, and I believe the committee has made a valuable contribution to the health of Oxfordshire residents. Our role is to act as a critical friend to service commissioners and providers. The committee has had an ongoing focus on mental health, both adults and children, and importantly, the transition between the two. And we also looked at the transition between working adults and retired adults, which again, from a mental health perspective, is important. We're also mindful of the County Council motion passed in December 2025, and we must admit that although services have improved in Oxfordshire, I think are, on a nationwide perspective, are very good, there's still a long way to go. Looking to the future, the NHS has 3 planned shifts, from hospital to community, from analogue to digital, and from sickness to prevention. This will lead, I'm sure, to a lot of reorganisation. These are very laudable aims, but the committee will monitor and report on how these shifts affect actual patient experience. We will continue to scrutinise the services provided to Oxfordshire residents, with emphasis on the new Thames Valley Ice Integrated Care Board and the emerging Neighbourhood Health Plan. The committee will continue to advocate co-production of services with counsellors, voluntary groups and patients. And I do urge everybody to read the report, which I think is an excellent report, and to see the work of the committee, the work that the committee does do, but more importantly, the work of healthcare and social care professionals throughout Oxfordshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no other speakers. Councillor Hannah, would you wish to sum up?
Yes, thank you. First, Councillor Pressel, I'll certainly make sure that the HOS scrutiny officer sends you all the examples actually of where scrutiny HOS has been in close contact and making recommendations to the county council. So just by way of exemplar, we've done a lot of work on health inequalities, and I've actually spoken at Cabinet and Health and Wellbeing Board sort of multiple times on the back of sort of recommendations sort of from the committee. One example would be take public health and Marmot. We know the deep inequality in where there's multiples of deprivation in city and urban areas. And that has fallen, which is great, and that mustn't regress. But what we also found was that Oxfordshire is a rural county where deprivation is hidden. And in fact, the National Health Equity Report has just highlighted this as a major issue going forward about the hidden deprivations in rural counties. Often it's to do with simply not having sort of access. And we've had so much housing in recent years that this has become sort of a major, major issue. So one of the things we recommended, which was accepted, was actually that it was really critical that there was an offer across the whole of Oxfordshire, even if light touch. And we also recommended that rural work was done, which is happening, that there were rural indicators, which is happening, and also that local members and town councils and parishes, their leadership has to be recognised in all reforms to tackle inequalities, because it's not because they have got the local knowledge. You have got the local knowledge. That's just an example. Just to follow up, Councillor Cherry, really, really important, sort of about the Horton. The position is sort of since last council, the matter is with the monitoring officer. However, the Oxfordshire HOSC does have good engagement with the keeper, Horton General. We have had Horton through our scrutiny this year as part of the items we've taken, but we have a dedicated item in September, and we'd really welcome sort of all members who are concerned about this to sort of come to HOSC at that time. Thank you. I recommend this report. Thank you.
Thank you. So all we have to do is receive and note the report, which we have duly done. Thank you very much. We move on to item 12, the report from the Audit and Governance Committee, and which includes proposed amendments to the Constitution. This report sets out the findings and conclusions of the Constitution Working Group and the Audit and Governance Committee and seeks the approval of Council so that the necessary changes to the Council's Constitution can be made, the details of which are set out in appendices 1 and 2 of this report. The report is at page 95. I understand the item is being proposed by Councillor Smith and seconded by Councillor Shiri. Thank you. Councillor Smith, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Firstly, I'd like to thank officers and councillors of the working group for their dedication and patience and good humour under the leadership of the chairmanship, actually, of Councillor Gavasek, who's not here today, unfortunately. But it would be nice to have thanked him personally. I shall make a point of writing to thank him. Officers, with all the sort of detailed work that this working group did. I put before you the recommendations to Council. I'm sure you've all read the papers in detail and await any questions that I might be able to answer.
Thank you. Councillor Shiri, do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right?
I'm just happy to second the recommendations.
And I have one other speaker, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. And I would just like to, when we kind of consider this report, I'd like to turn to the comments made earlier by Councillor Garnett, in that case about local government reorganisation, but really kind of echoes a key point that I think we need to come back to when we consider the future of this council's constitutions, which is about the decisions that are made on behalf of this council by the administration are at the heart of the important issues that this council has to consider, discuss, and indeed scrutinise, as we've just talked about when looking at the different scrutiny committee reports. And to that end, having effective time at full council and indeed at cabinet meetings to be able to ask questions of the administration, to hold them to account, is a key purpose of members, but also something that needs to be supported where as much as possible. And to that degree, I think in future iterations of the Constitution Working Group, we need to look more closely about how we balance meetings and provide opportunities for backbench and opposition councillors to hold the administration to account greater.
Thank you very much. I see no other speakers. Councillor Smith, do you wish to sum up?
I do. Thank you, Councillor Baines, for your observation there, and I would concur with you. Just today, at today's meeting, actually, we had a lot of questions to the Cabinet reports, and we didn't get through all of them, which I think is a great shame. So I'd like to remind councillors as well, if I could at this point, Chair, that we do have the opportunity to ask questions at Cabinet itself. And I think it would be helpful for Cabinet as well to have those questions when they're actually considering reports. So please can I urge councillors to think about attending Cabinet to ask their questions there. It would be helpful, I think, too, for the administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's quite a list of, there's 4 items we must approve, and we do need to take a vote on this because it involves a change to the constitution. So council is recommended to A, approve the proposed amendments to the council's constitution as recommended by the Constitution Working Group and Audit and Governance Committee as set out in Appendix 1, including amendment number 11. To B, note the amendments undertaken by the Director of Law and Governance and Monitoring Officer in accordance with parts 7.2 of the Constitution, the scheme of delegation to officers, paragraph 6.4t, and considered by the Constitution Working Group and the Audit and Governance Committee as set out in Appendix 2. C, will request the Director of Law and Governance and Monitoring Officer to ensure the necessary changes are made. And D, note that the final edit of the Constitution covering layout and grammar will be undertaken prior to publication. I will take an electronic vote on this if we could please. So okay, thank you. That's been approved by 53 votes to nil with no abstentions, so unanimously. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Moving on to item 13, the use of urgency provisions. The Constitution makes provision for urgent decisions to be made exempt from calling on the agreement of the Chair of the Council that the decision is urgent. When this occurs, it must be reported to the next meeting of Council. The report is on page 205. I understand this item is being proposed by Councillor Bearder and seconded by Councillor Fawcett. Is that correct? No. It's being proposed by Councillor Gore and seconded by Councillor Gregory. Thank you. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Councillor Ligo for authorising this measure. So the rationale behind it was that the SEND reform plan that's being written by the local area SEND partnership, it was an awful lot of work that needed to be done in a very constrained time frame. And if we are successful in writing a plan that's considered acceptable to the Department for Education, they will award us with a 90% write-off to our SEND deficit. At the moment, it stands at £149 million. If we receive the 90% write-off, we'll be left with a debt to carry forward that we will own of £16 million. We didn't get to Councillor Levy's questions earlier in the Cabinet report on the DSG deficit. Had we have done, we'd have been reminded of just how bad it is. So there really isn't an option for us to do everything that we possibly can to secure this write-off, and that left us with a time frame that was very, very challenging. I think if I was another member, I'd be nervous about the level of scrutiny and member involvement the SEND reform plan has had within a very tight time frame. We've had a meeting set aside for my 2 shadows. I'm grateful for their time. We've had an all-member briefing. Cabinet has had time to scrutinise the SEND reform plan. Education, young people scrutiny had an opportunity to have some time with a private briefing. Our SEND Improvement Assurance Board have had time to chew through this. The Parent Care Forum have helped us to shape the reform plan. Ultimately, it was signed off by the Send Improvement Assurance Board, which is a partnership, and then it was signed off by our Chief Exec and by our Director for Children's Services and by the Chair of the Send Improvement Assurance Board and by the Chief Exec of our ICB. And with a bunch of late nights and weekends worked by our officers, which I'm very grateful for, we managed to get the reform plan submitted to the Department for Education a day early, which I'm very, very pleased with. And ultimately, we're at a place that we've followed the rules that have been set for us. We've created as much room for scrutiny and member involvement as possible. I'm receiving feedback that as tricky as it would have been to have had this co-produced, we've tried to collaborate as much as possible, and I think we're at a place that we've struck as best a balance as possible between getting the Department for Education to consider this acceptable, work within the timeframes that were landed with us, and get to a place that the parent carer community can feel an element of confidence and trust in what we're producing so far and the journey that we're on. Councillor Gregory, I'm pleased to say, will be seconding, and thank you to everybody that's participated in the discussion and work today. It's not been easy.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gregory, do you wish to speak now?
Yes, yes, thank you. So I fully support the use of the urgency provision on this occasion. As Councillor Gall has set out, there was very little time to turn this SEND reform plan around. But I would like to thank officers for turning it around so quickly. As has been described, they've been working incredibly hard, and also Councillor Gall for his work on this as well. We have been asking for a number of years for the government to set out a plan for dealing with the high need deficit, which now sits at £149 million and growing. And credit to this government, they have set out a plan to deal with 90% of it, providing we set out a longer term plan to reform the system locally. The SEND improvement journey that we've been on for the last few years has been instrumental in informing this plan. And I'm really pleased to see things like enhanced pathways and resource bases included, as we know they make such a difference to the children and young people they support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I only have one speaker on this, Councillor Markham.
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gall, do you wish to sum up?
I'm just happy to propose. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I've lost my place. So I think we just need to note this so that is duly done. Moving on to item 14, which is the final item before lunch, you'll be pleased to hear, is the committees and review of political balance. Councillors requested to approve the committee appointments based on revised political balance calculations following Councillor Higgins joining the Liberal Democrat group. Annex 2 with proposed membership of each committee was published with the schedule of business. I'll move this item and invite the Vice Chair to second it. I gather there is one change to make, Councillor Bearder, so I'll invite you to speak first after we've formally proposed and seconded.
Yes, apologies, Chair. Just one small change on performance and corporate services. If we could swap Councillor John Shiri for Councillor Judy Roberts.
Thank you. So I formally propose that.
And I formally second. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything else to say, Councillor Beard? Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, Chair. Much as I appreciate the problems with group dynamics, but this is the second time in as many months that we've had to rejig the council as a result of internal issues within the controlling group. Last time, we were unceremoniously dragged back to this chamber to vote on a change of leadership for reasons that have not really been fully explained by the briefing note that we all received yesterday. As a result of the latest change in this membership of the Lib Dem group, members of my group who put a lot of effort into the new committees that we were appointed to are now seeing all that work wasted. That's frustrating. Given that there's at least one other former Liberal Democrat who recently left to sit as an independent, could we have a reassurance that we won't be looking at future committee changes as a result of his return to the fold? If that is likely, could I suggest that the solution is that they acknowledge their somewhat fluid membership and rebrand as the Lib Dem / independent group? That way, they would be allowed to. That would allow them to maintain any future temporarily errant members as part of their group on an ongoing basis and avoid any further hokey-cokey in-out situations, which inconveniences both officers and members.
Thank you. Councillor Fawcett.
Thank you. Yes, we are still struggling a little bit with having 35 of the 69 council seats in this chamber, which increases the chances on average that we may have movement in and out of our group. I'm not going to go into the particular circumstances of some of the recent changes, but to say that our preference is to not have to keep coming back to full council to change the committee structures each time. I'd particularly like to thank members of the Green Group and any other groups that have been affected by this. I personally value the work that backbench councillors do on the different committees, particularly the scrutiny committees, and I do appreciate that it must be very frustrating. Probably rightly, but frustratingly, the rules around this are set down in legislation, and we have no option when there is a change in numbers but for a report like this to come to council and for council to vote for us for it. So my plea would be, if there are any other members of the council who are considering joining the Liberal Democrat group, please do it before the next meeting so we can get it over with once and for all. We'll welcome, there are various people in this chamber we would welcome into our group, others we really don't want. But if anyone does want to come our way, come and have a chat. Let's sort it all out in September and hope that that runs through for the next 18 months.
Thank you. You'll be overwhelmed at lunchtime, I'm sure. Council is recommended to note the review of political balance of committees to reflect the current formation of the political groups as detailed in Annex 1, to appoint members to the committees of the Council as listed in Annex 2 with the change we've just heard on. Is that agreed? Is there anyone against? Are there any abstentions? Thank you, that is agreed. We'll break for lunch. Please note that all dishes are labelled, but there is also a booklet with a full list of ingredients for those who need more detailed information, and there is a menu which will indicate which foods are gluten-free. The buffets at either end of the room are identical, so please use them. Not use them both. Use one or the other, but in equal numbers. We'll meet again at 1:40. Welcome back, everybody. We have 3 motions this afternoon, and I'm hoping we're going to get through all of them. So, as always, I would encourage people to keep to the point and try to avoid repetition, although I realise that in all 3 cases there is probably some scope for repetition, but if you could avoid it, that would help. So item 15 on the agenda is the motion by Councillor Lee Evans, and being seconded, I understand, by Councillor Brighouse. Thank you. We have an amendment put forward by the proposers of the motion, which is Annex 5 in the Schedule of Business on page 79. Does Council consent to accepting the amendment from the proposer? Any against? No, thank you. So that is accepted. So Councillor Evans, you have 5 minutes. Oh, I beg your pardon. An IT issue. Councillor Evans, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And can I begin by thanking councillors from across the chamber for their constructive engagement on the motion. And I particularly want to acknowledge the Labour Group and the Green Group for their constructive comments that they sent beforehand, which has led to the minor amendments that I'm proposing. I'm also very grateful to Councillor Brighouse for seconding the motion today. In moving this motion, I want to focus on 2 things that I think we should always bring to bear in our work as local councillors: experience and principle. And when I say experience, I don't just mean what we have lived through ourselves, but what we've seen other people live through and what our residents have told us about their own lives. And so I want to tell council about somebody called John, who in 2018 was diagnosed with motor neurone disease. At the time, he was in hospital, and then he went into a care setting that just really didn't suit his needs. John's prognosis was just 6 months, and he was deteriorating fast. As many councillors will know, motor neurone disease, or MND, is a relentless condition that takes away somebody's ability to walk, to speak, to swallow, and eventually even to breathe. He feared that that would be coming for him all too soon. But then John moved into a home that was much more suitable for his needs. He didn't recover because sadly there is no recovery for MND, but with the right support around him, he rallied a bit. In fact, as he told me at one point around this time, he began to feel like a bit of a fraud because those 6 months turned into 12, a year turned into 2, before he died in early 2021. For John, being in a home that was suited to his needs didn't just give him more help and dignity towards the end of his life. It helped lengthen his life as well, which meant a huge amount to him and also a huge amount to me, because John was my dad. And what he benefited from when faced with a terminal diagnosis, the right adaptations and the right care, is what I think we would all want to see for everybody in this county. So that experience is one motivation for proposing this motion today. The other is rather more of a point of principle, because it might be a cliche, but it's nevertheless true that the measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable residents. And if we want to judge the strength of our public services here in Oxfordshire, we shouldn't begin with those who need them least, but with those who are facing the greatest challenges. And our ambition for every resident who has just been told that they have a progressive terminal condition should be the best possible experience of getting the support that they need. And then that should be the benchmark against which we judge this council's performance. And so this motion today seeks to turn the spotlight on the way the council is fulfilling its role in the Disabled Facilities Grant, or the DFG. And the DFG, as I recognise, a shared function between this council and the city and district councils as well. So as well as supporting this motion, I strongly encourage councillors who also sit on the city or district councils to ask about the issue there as well. And I'm very happy to share the question that I'll be submitting to the Vale of White Horse Council. Essentially, the fact that a service is shared between different tiers of local government should not deter us from scrutinising this council's role in delivering those services. Essentially, we need to know, are assessments happening quickly enough? Are referrals moving swiftly enough? Are we working effectively with district and city councils? And are people with progressive conditions receiving the adaptations that they need, whilst those adaptations can still make the greatest difference in their lives? So, Chair, this motion is about digging into the admittedly complex world of adult services, uncovering the reality for residents with progressive conditions, and then constructively scrutinising the way services are currently delivered. Because only by doing that can we do right by people with progressive and terminal conditions in our county, and then help them to live for as long as possible and with as much comfort, dignity and independence as possible. I commend the motion to Council.
Thank you. Councillor Brickhurst, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be able to second this motion. I too could tell stories of various people who have suffered from motor neurone disease, but also other progressive illnesses, also conditions that are life limiting, that mean that very often they're not able to fulfill the things they want to do, even though they're still possibly at home. It's absolutely heartbreaking to talk to residents sometimes who have lived in a property for a significant amount of time, and they know they're getting worse. They know that they need to be able to have a shower downstairs. They need to perhaps just move beds downstairs. They need to have maybe some other equipment in the house, and the time it takes in terms of getting the grant, in terms of getting the right people to sometimes do this work, that it means that they're constantly anxious about whether or not it's going to be provided before they actually don't need it anymore. And I think one of the things, as you were reading out the issues that needed to be dealt with, was about making sure the referral gets to the right person. Because it seems to me very often that the scene around aids and adoptions and all the rest of it is just so complex that actually people find themselves struggling. The person who should know doesn't know because somebody else has told someone else, type of thing. And it becomes Chinese whispers and nothing gets done. And so I do hope that we can actually look at this in depth, and perhaps do some of our own, in terms of our own deep dives into what some of the people have experienced. And then the legions of things that limit people's lives. I think, because I know a little bit about it, Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, and how those young people, as they get older and get more disabled, they want to carry on living. You live until you take that last breath, but sometimes you just need some support to enable you to do that.
30 seconds.
And what a waste whenever you're using those last breaths to try and get the equipment you need to live them fulfilling.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful to Councillor Evans for making some adjustments to his motion after discussion with me and my group. My main concern was that it focused on one condition when the issues that it addresses can affect many others. That said, I also have a personal understanding of the devastating impacts of conditions such as MND, as I lost a close family member to it a few years ago. It's also known as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS, and raising awareness of the disease is what inspired the Ice Bucket Challenge around the same time my family were dealing with its devastating effects, although I always found that a questionable campaign. With such conditions, diagnosis can be one of the most challenging aspects. The symptoms are not something most of us are familiar with, and in our case, it took months to get a neurologist appointment. When we finally did, the diagnosis came as a huge shock. The prognosis gave us roughly 6 months, and that ended up being over-optimistic. The delay in diagnosis and an already worsening effects of the disease put my family under immense pressure. The NHS were fantastic and the care was exemplary, but the shortness of time was a big factor in dealing with what became a rapidly deteriorating situation. Sadly, events overtook us before we got to the point of where the DFG came into play, but it was something we were actively looking at. As I had also already had to navigate the application process some years before for my mother to get her an adapted bathroom to keep her in her own home for as long as possible. On that occasion, the experience wasn't so good, with the whole process taking nearly 7 months from beginning to end. But that wasn't in Oxfordshire, and I'm assuming that with the success of initiatives such as the Oxfordshire Way, we do much better than that. But I don't think we can afford to be complacent, especially when dealing with life-limiting conditions which can come out of the blue. So I fully support the exercise that this motion calls for to closely monitor our delivery of those grants and to hopefully expedite that process where possible. As I said at the outset, there are many other conditions that would result in the same urgency in trying to make the remaining time someone has left as comfortable, familiar and supportive as possible. Schemes such as the DFG can help with that, and they need to come into play in the most efficient and time-conscious ways possible. Given other proposals to change the way we charge for adult care benefits such as telecare, I think we need to constantly sense check the impact our delivery of supportive services can have on already vulnerable people. Much as I understand the financial pressures the council faces, these should be the last areas that we look to cut for funding for. We all hope that none of our loved ones will ever find themselves in these situations, but statistically, some of us will. We must ensure that we are providing as much support as possible to people already dealing with devastating and frightening conditions, and keep them well supported in family surroundings, preferably at home, for as long as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Evans for bringing this motion forward, and particularly for the amendment that acknowledges the other life-limiting illnesses. Motor neurone disease brings rapidly changing and deeply challenging needs, and responding quickly with the right support at home can make a real difference to people's independence and quality of life. So I'm very happy to support the principle behind this motion. I will say that, though, that I find some elements just a little bit puzzling. I don't think anyone in this chamber needs to be asked to agree that MND is a tragic terminal condition, or that people living with it deserve timely support. Of course they do, and I'd be horrified if there were any disagreement about that. Equally, as Councillor Evans acknowledges, this is not something the County Council controls alone. In a two-tier system, the Disabled Facilities Grant is delivered in partnership with the district councils. The County Council undertakes assessments of need, while districts, as the housing authority, make decisions on the grant and deliver the works. So while I really welcome a focus on improving the system, I would just politely suggest that this might have been just as effectively raised through a conversation. And I'm genuinely sorry if anyone here finds me so terrifying that they can't just ask. That said, the substance of the motion is completely reasonable, and in many respects, the work is already underway. We recognise that people with rapidly changing conditions, such as, but not exclusive to, MND, need a timely response. These cases are treated as high priority, and currently there is no one with MND still waiting for an adult social care assessment for adaptations in Oxfordshire. More broadly, officers are already working with district colleagues to improve how the system works as a whole, strengthening oversight, improving information sharing, and focusing on any delays or long waits. Because from the residents' perspective, it should feel like one joined up service, rather than being passed from one organisation to another. However, we need to remember that the future of DFGs is uncertain, as there is significant reform expected alongside other Better Care Fund changes over the next 2 years. In the meantime, we're exploring how those funds can be used more effectively, including faster routes for smaller adaptations and better links to equipment and technology-enabled care. It will be helpful for us to, and for our district partners, to clarify roles, identify improvements, and support the work that is already happening on this. Given that local government reorganisation will likely bring all aspects of the system under one council, it's always worth thinking about how we might design something, thank you, simpler and more responsive for the future. So to conclude, I'm very happy for this to be referred to Cabinet.
Thank you. Councillor Pressel.
I don't need to speak, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowler.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very supportive of this motion. I am very concerned about the current effectiveness of the DFG process. As Councillor Evans mentioned, the process requires registered housing providers, and as Councillor Fletcher talks about as well, district and county councils, amongst others, to work well together in the interest of some of the most vulnerable residents in our county. A recent experience I had with a resident in my division demonstrates the need for significant improvements in the process. This resident with brittle bone disease, very limited mobility and other complications has had no access to a bath or shower since breaking their hip in May 2025. They spend 90 minutes each day washing themselves down, perched on the edge of their bath. They've been doing this for the last 14 months. Think about a hot bath in the cold winters, or perhaps more recently, think about a cold shower during the last 2 heat waves. This resident has not been able to do that. A walk-in shower, which is on the DFG list for them, seemingly needs impossible coordinated efforts, is still at least 4 months away, she's been told. The process seems at major risk of letting very vulnerable people down consistently, and it's good to hear Councillor Fletcher talking about improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cherry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to support Councillor Lee Evans' motion. A family member a number of years ago, Sue Cherry, had motor neuron disease. I can remember her in the chapel reading poetry, and the decline was unbelievably rapid. So I do hope this motion is passed by all members, and this does some good, which it's set out to.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Evans for bringing this motion to Council today, which I fully support. Like many other councillors, I'm sure, I was moved myself when I saw communications from the Motor Neurone Disease Association earlier this year. Like Councillor Evans' own personal experiences, the examples given were heartbreaking. All of us need somewhere decent to live, everyone. All of us need a place to live which meets their basic needs, which will be different as we go through life, everyone. And all of us need a place where they feel safe, everyone. That place is called home. Recently, I took on responsibility for housing in South Oxfordshire's Cabinet. This includes responsibility for disabled facility grants. Although Councillor Brighouse's point about OCC doing the right thing is absolutely well made, the number of organisations involved in disabled facilities grants seems to me to be simply unnecessary, and every different step in that process builds delay. Residents have to apply to district councils, but the OT assessments are done by the county councils, and once you put other organisations such as housing providers into the mix, the potential for delay increases dramatically. The system bequeathed to both the district councils and the county council by the previous government and still in place in this government is clearly not fit for purpose. The system's not fit for purpose when you consider the case of the resident in Councillor Barlow's ward, which I've been discussing with him. The OT assessment of this resident said that someone who has been unable to shower for 18 months is a medium priority. A medium priority. That is frankly shocking. The system's not fit for purpose when another resident who's been waiting for 4 years following an amputation of their legs. Everyone in the process agrees that this should be done, but here we are 4 years later and that's not been done. That is simply shocking. The system's not fit for purpose because we have too many people involved. And although the system needs to be reformed, there's a simpler reason why residents need to wait, and it's money. It's simply money. 14 years of cuts have been followed by 2 years more. 14 years of cuts to public services, followed by 24 months of torpor, leading to £24 million of Oxfordshire residents' money being snatched away. Since accepting the role in South Oxfordshire, I've been able to fund an additional surveyor.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. And also to be able to fund an additional OT therapist in OCC to help things move through more quickly. I'd like to inform members that we've already set up a meeting between the relevant cabinet members in South and OCC, which is arranged for early August, to address the points made by Councillor Evans. I would like to assure Councillor Evans and others here that I'm very, very much committed from an SODC point of view, although we're in OCC, to making certain we can address some of the issues he's raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creed.
Yep, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Evans for submitting this motion, for also sharing his personal story with us all. I I'd like to talk in support of this motion, particularly to emphasise the fact that the delays in giving people the help that they need within their home means that their dignity, in maintaining their dignity, for example, in the case that we've already heard, where someone can't even shower, is absolutely appalling. And I understand that that it's different organisations working together, and hopefully in a unitary authority, when that eventually happens, that might be a bit more joined up. But in the point at the moment, there are obviously some of the most vulnerable residents in this county waiting large amounts of time to get this done, and so I've supported this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, I too support this motion wholeheartedly. However, I had a very difficult case in my area. It was a trauma patient, so it's not all things that are medical based. So this is somebody who was a high flyer in the city, got his own business, got his own house, had a major traumatic diving accident and became a paraplegic. Obviously, after something as traumatic as that, they're in hospital for quite a while and they take a while to adjust. Parents came to me saying, we want our house adapted, he needs to come and live with us now. However, things turned around as he got used to his new state. He was IT driven, he got lots of equipment that helped him, and he didn't want to go and live with his parents anymore. He wanted to live in his own house and become independent and put everything into his own house. So it all got very delayed at this point as things changed. So I think the point I'm making is some of these long-winded systems are there for very good reasons, and we shouldn't just wipe them all out the way. We should actually think about why they were put in there in the first place. Another example of a case, a lot of people don't necessarily go to the voluntary organisation first, and they really help. They are lived experiences groups. They can help with temporary adaptations that don't have to make changes in the house. They have modern IT solutions, and so yes, using that thing, you don't necessarily need to make the change. You need to know what changes you need to make over the long term and get temporary equipment in for the short term. So those are two examples of why some of the reasons of those long-winded, terrible system started out as a really good idea, but just changed because of problems that happen along the way. And I think, yeah, post-LGR is really when we need to look at this. I think the whole thing does need a rewrite, especially with all the changes that IT have brought to us now. So many things can happen through that we used to have to make major changes in the house for. So I support this. I love a really quick system, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Sharing your lived experience is not always an easy thing in public, and to actually shine a light on the seldom heard is a real service. I too am aware of the sort of national campaign, and pleased, I think, that the Minister has written to all local authorities recently to ask for change to be expedited in relation to these grants. However, like Councillor Fletcher and others have said, like a lot of national directives that come down, it's really important when scrutiny looks at this that it actually looks at what are the enablers actually for the local authorities, sort of as well as, you know, the comments that Councillor Morgan made. Just reflecting a little bit wider, motor neuron disease is part of the 1 in 6 of people with neurological conditions, which not only have a massive contribution to end of life progressive illness, but also are contributors to cliff edge sudden death of young people. I wanted to just sort of reflect on the fact that the NHS plan does not include neurology. And I was at a recent parliamentary event where the key call, you know, is actually, you know, will National get on get behind a modern service framework for neurology, because quite frankly, if that doesn't happen, things are actually on a real tipping edge for that condition. It has some of the worst workforce shortages across the whole of healthcare, and it's not visible. So your motion is really much appreciated. And just finally, just to reflect on the sort of end of life point, a little bit of good news. There has been an won the Oxford University Prize actually in terms of a training, one-day training for all doctors on end of life, because it happens to all of us, but for some of us it's not well done. And that is to train all doctors who will come across this in how to do better, how to communicate, sort of when there is end of life, whether that's happened as a result of progressive illness or whether it's a result of sudden unexpected death. So I think that's good news for Oxfordshire, that's happening for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Evans, you have 3 minutes to sum up.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and I'm very grateful to everybody who spoke. As councillors may know, and cabinet members in particular, I'm not averse to disagreeing across this chamber, but so it's quite a surprise, but a very pleasant one to find widespread agreement, and I'm very grateful for it. I'm grateful for Councillor Brighouse seconding the motion. She is right to say that time is of the essence when people are diagnosed with progressive conditions. It's a tragic fact that for people diagnosed with motor neurone disease, half of them die within 2 years. And so really there is no time to waste. Councillor Middleton is right to highlight people with progressive conditions facing wider challenges, including with the NHS more generally. And whilst this is focusing on the relatively small part of their experience that this county council is responsible for, I of course agree with him that there is much more to do in other services. I'm grateful to Councillor Fletcher for her support with the motion. But what I would say is that I'm always very happy to chat to Councillor Fletcher, of course, delighted. But I think really what the best way to do this is publicly at a scrutiny committee with a report with the information there in black and white, not least so that working with other partners and other councils can be transparently and clearly known about across. But I'm very grateful for her support for the motion, as I am to Councillor Barlow for reflecting on an experience he has had in his division. It's obviously always very difficult, I think, in local government or in any leadership role to try and distinguish but also bring together between experience at the strategic level and then the individual experience that has on the ground. But I think every now and again we do need that shock of hearing the individual experience when things go wrong sometimes, as sadly they sometimes do, to really remind us of how important this is, and I think he demonstrated that very well. I'm grateful to Councillor Cherry for speaking and for endorsing the principles in the motion, and also to Councillor Morgan, who I think was correct to say that people's needs evolve. I mean, of course they do, and we need systems that are adaptive and responsive to that evolution of need. I think he's entirely correct to say that there are lots of partners involved in this, and once you have a very complex system trying to achieve an outcome, you only need something to go wrong in one part for the outcome to fail. And I hope we can focus in on the county council's role in this case. I'm running out of time, Chair, so I'm going to speed up with more expressions of gratitude to Councillor Creed. Thank you for her kind words. Councillor Roberts, too, for endorsing the principle of the motion. The only thing I would say is that we need a system that can go as quickly as our most in-need residents need it to. And that's what I hope we will help to achieve, including in the years ahead. Thank you, Councillor Hannah, finally too, for speaking about the motion and the wider campaign and benchmarking that has been set out, to which I hope we will strive. So all in all, Chair, I'm very grateful to everybody who spoke and supported the motion, and I look forward to taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take an electronic vote on this motion. In the meantime, Jack, do you think you can open that other window up on the gallery? Because we're stifling down here. Oh, thank you. So we'll move to an electronic vote. Councillor Lloyd.
Down.
He's doing some housekeeping for us. That's passed unanimously. Thank you all very much indeed. The motion will be passed on to Cabinet for their attention. Thank you. We move on to item 16, which is the motion by Councillor James Barlow. I understand this motion is going to be seconded by Councillor Jones. Is that correct? Thank you. Council will note that an amendment has been proposed, which we'll come to when the motion has been proposed and seconded. Councillor Barlow, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Before I explain the background to bring in this motion, I'd like to thank Councillor Henwood for offering a very helpful amendment, which we then revised together, leading to the one that's proposed in the schedule of business today and which I'll be accepting. The issue of community resilience affects us all, which is why I wrote to all groups and parties represented in this chamber, asking for your thoughts ahead of publication. The Oxfordshire Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment makes sobering reading for all of us. Indeed, after reading, it comes as no surprise to me that climate impact remains the highest scoring risk on the Council's strategic risk heat map of everything the Council manages. Let me use a real example from my division. On the 1st of August 2024, 5 houses were flooded by a sudden downpour of half an average August rainfall falling in just an hour. That was something like 32 mil, an inch in an hour, just over an inch an hour. Something the urban drainage infrastructure couldn't cope with and wasn't designed to cope with and still isn't. But this was the 3rd time in 24 years this group of householders have been flooded, the 3rd time. The flood investigation report was completed in September 2025, but to date, sufficient resilience measures have not been put in place, and there has been work on this. Now, one of the residents told me, and this is a quote from them, "We live with increased stress levels every time there are storms. Going to the door wondering, is this the one that floods us again? Trying to judge how high it will come. And I'm not strong enough to move sandbags anymore, so they sit in the hall for us to step over every day of the year. It's especially stressful when we're not at home. And then there's the financial issues. Our insurance has increased by £1,000 a year. Now I ask us, how many of us recognise this picture in our own divisions? How many of us will have had many residents trying to cope with probably much worse situations? Insurance and the associated excesses are not just more expensive, but in some cases, impossible. Now, a week ago at 2 a.m, like many of us, I woke to an electrical storm and a deluge. My first thought was actually to these 5 properties and their residents. I know now that at least one of them was up and out on the street to check the situation that night. It was a close shave, only 15 mil of rainfall in that hour only. Perhaps some of the drainage change did help on this occasion. But the thing is, most of us remember last week not for the rain, but for it being the hottest days we've ever experienced in June. Heat and flood, becoming more extreme and more common. Real and present dangers to people and property. If we go back to July 2022, when Oxford hit 38 degrees C, the heat wave resulted, it's reported, in 65 excess deaths in our county. The 2024 Oxford assessment shows that the most vulnerable wards are represented by councillors from all parties in this chamber, all parties. I put it to you, colleagues, that those of us who represent even small urban areas like Wallingford, we have so much in common when it comes to increasing heat waves and the impact they have. The inadvertent solar collectors that are Oxfordshire's urban neighbourhoods have resulted from a combination of design and material choices that concentrate heat enough with potential to kill the most vulnerable of our residents. These so-called urban heat islands are not exotic. They're deadly and they're here now. How can we not prioritise immediate, consistent material action on these issues? How can we not prioritise matching the funding consistency of partner organisations? After all, this is Oxfordshire's stated #1 strategic risk that needs mitigating. Climate resiliency is not optional. In this chamber, I imagine that we're all worried about people's lives and the places they live and work in. After all, we've all chosen to represent them. This motion asks Cabinet to consider two related things. First, to significantly increase and maintain community resilience, investment to match climate's #1 risk status, so that the scale of investment is material to the impact on current and future residents. That way, officers can work collaboratively with
30
partners
seconds.
to embed adaptation as standard operating procedure. Second, to support multiple location-specific initiatives, working with members to actively support officers' work with partners and residents. To build resilience in the face of more extreme and volatile heat and flooding events. It is clear OCC isn't alone. Alone doesn't have the capital or revenue budgets to build sufficient community resilience. We as members, as officers, need to work together in our communities to find creative solutions with residents and businesses who, like us, actively care where they live and work. Whilst this is not yet a statutory duty, our residents can't afford for us to wait till it is. I put this motion before you. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right.
You do understand that if we move to an early vote or whatever, you might lose the right? Yes. There has been an amendment which Councillor Bard is kind enough to have suggested he will accept. I do have to ask Council's permission. Is Council prepared to accept the amendment? Anybody against? Thank you. So the amendment is now part of the substantive motion. Councillor Henwood, do you wish to speak?
I have no comment to make other than that it's a pleasure to work with the Green Party collaboratively. Sorry, Chair. It was a pleasure to work with the Green Party collaboratively on a very important motion, and I hope members will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pressel?
Thank you. Yes, I quite agree that addressing the climate impact needs to be one of our very top priorities, probably our actual top priority. My division is one of the worst when it comes to flooding. I've waded through far more houses full of floodwater than I care to count, and I hope I never have to do it again, but we'll see. I can see that it would be a good idea to do what Councillor Barlow suggests about looking at the need for large-scale space for water storage upstream. But another very important thing upstream is to encourage farmers to change their practice, because apparently if you plough in such a way that the furrows run from top to bottom of the hill, the water will just run down. Whereas if you plough across the kind of contour lines of a hill, then that retains more water. So I hope everybody knows that now. If I know it, I should assume most people would know it. And I hope we can do anything we can to encourage that sort of practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fawcett.
It's me on magic mic. Thought that would go down well on a certain section of the Conservative bench. 19 years ago this week, I was working at the time as Deputy Director of Campaigns for the Liberal Democrats, and I was away at a weekend training conference up in Peterborough, in the bar, networking, late at night, and I got a call from my wife at 2 a.m. to say that our house was flooding. One of my colleagues, I'd gone up by train, one of my colleagues very kindly offered to drive me back to Abingdon in the early hours of the morning. I got home to find that our house was flooded, our street was flooded, and we were one of 450 properties in South Abingdon that were flooded in the July 2007 floods. We were out of our house initially for a month, where we stayed in a room, family of 5, in a room at the Holiday Inn Express at the Kassam Stadium. We then spent another month effectively sofa surfing around friends in Abingdon, to whom we are still immensely grateful, and then 9 months in the best property we could find some distance from our house. That disrupted our work. It disrupted our 2 younger children's education, both of them, and they are now grown up and happy for me to share this, both of whom had been diagnosed with Asperger's and struggled to get to school on the best of days. It affected our health. 6 months later, I was diagnosed with double pneumonia, which led to me having to resign my position in the party because I couldn't carry on working and recover at the same time. And some of the effects of that are still with us today. As others have said, every time it rains, we still worry. In the following few years, the Environment Agency came up with an excellent plan for a scheme that would protect Abingdon, and then a couple of years later declared that that was unaffordable. I'm very glad to say, particularly for the benefit of Councillor Pressel's residents, that the Oxford Flood Alleviation Scheme did go ahead, even though it's taken far too long. If only we had gone down this route then. We'd be 19 years into a scheme like the one proposed in the motion would be in place, and it would already be having a positive impact. It would be cheaper, it works with and enhances nature, and it's a long-term and collaborative approach to dealing with a problem which is going to get worse and worse as the climate changes. In 2004, some residents in my division were flooded 3 times. Not once, not twice, 3 times. No one should have to endure that. Those families endured what we endured 3 times over in one 12-month period. So let's get on with this.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton. Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, Chair. This motion recognises something that many of our residents already know from their personal experience. Climate change is not a future problem, it's happening now, and communities across Oxfordshire are already living with its consequences. In my own division, residents have experienced repeated flooding incidents that have caused genuine distress and disruption. Surface water flooding has affected homes and roads, gardens have become waterlogged, drainage systems have struggled to cope, and people fear every forecast of heavy rain. Properties that may never have previously flooded now find themselves at risk because heavy rainfall is becoming more intense, and our drainage systems and built environments were just never designed for these ever worsening conditions. The economic and social impacts are also substantial. When roads flood, people can't get to work, children struggle to get to school, and vulnerable residents can become quite isolated. Residents quite rightly ask us, what are we doing to prevent this happening again? And the answer can no longer be to simply promise to do better after every flood event, to hope that these are only isolated incidents. We must move from reaction to proaction, from response to resilience. This motion recognises that adaptation must become a standard part of how we operate as a council. We have a responsibility to prepare our communities for the climate conditions we know are coming, and in many cases are already here. This means taking a holistic and fundamental approach. There are only so many hard engineering solutions to problems like flooding. In many built environments, there simply isn't the space or the scope to add more barriers, more pipes, more pumps, and other defences, especially given the need to over-engineer such solutions to cope with what are likely to be worsening impacts over the following decades. The time has come to deal with the problem at source. That means investing in natural flood management, creating more space for water, slowing the flow of water, improving sustainable drainage, protecting and restoring wetlands, planting trees, and ensuring that new developments don't worsen flooding problems elsewhere. It also means designing spaces and places that are resilient to heat and with better urban design, more trees and green spaces. These aren't luxuries or nice to haves. They're essential infrastructure that protects both public health, homes and businesses. The impacts that we see now were set in train decades ago. If we're to prevent even more devastation across the county in years, we need to act now. Effective adaptation requires long-term partnerships between this council and other local agencies, as well as the Environment Agency, Thames Water and other local communities and landowners. We need to recognise the scale of the challenge, the part we all need to play, and to begin to invest seriously in fundamental adaptation capacity across Oxfordshire. I therefore strongly support this motion and urge members across the chamber to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sargent.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this motion and the considerate and collaborative approach by Councillor Henwood and Councillor Barlow in amending it. If this meeting had been held or scheduled for last week, we probably wouldn't have been able to convene. You know how hot it is today, and that's with a much lower temperature than we actually experienced last week. Councillor Barlow quite rightly points out the greater risks of storm events and how they contribute to the risk of localized flooding. With the likely onset of a strong El Nino phase of the ENSO cycle this autumn, we are likely to see higher intensity cyclonic activity in the early part of our winter. In other words, more rain. But in counter to that, at the end of the winter, we are likely to see a very, very cold snap. And you'll remember the beast from the east a few years ago. It's likely, if the predictions are right, with the current intensity of the El Nino that we think is developing, that we will be suffering something like that towards the end of our winter. Snow and rapid thaw have a major impact on flooding. It's sudden, it's frightening, and it's extreme in its intensity. We need to be preparing now for the potential of high rainfall this winter, at the beginning of the winter, and the possibility of snow and cold weather towards the end of the winter. Thank you.
Thank you. There is quite a long list of people who have indicated they'd like to speak. There does seem to be quite a broad consensus emerging. So if I call your name and you're going to say what's already been said, please just pass, and then we will get on to the next motion. That was, so Councillor Baines, thank you. Councillor Higgins.
Yes, please, Chair. When I was prepared to speak on this motion in March, when it was previously on the agenda, talking about flooding seemed topical and extreme heat seemed important, but quite removed from day-to-day life. The fact we've had both extreme wet weather and record heat in the space of a few months, of course, only serves to underline the mounting challenges posed by climate change. There's a very talented filmmaker in my division called Nicola Schaefer. A few months ago, I went to see a screening of one of her films at the One Climate Centre outside Chinnor. The film is called A River Sings, and it's about how natural flood management has been used by the Even Load Catchment Partnership, working with farmers, businesses and residents to create a series of wetlands and other natural flood management features to store water and reduce the risk of flooding. Not having had much exposure to the topic, it was a revelation, and the approach seems to make sense from so many different angles. It works, it's cost effective, and as well as reducing flooding risk, it has benefits for nature. It can also provide income for farmers for sections of their land which often aren't terribly productive due to regular flooding. Clearly, schemes like this take time to design and build engagement for, as well as implement. We have our own reasonably modest and straightforward natural flood management scheme due to be implemented in Watlington this summer, and that has been some years in development. So I'm wholeheartedly behind a long-term approach for these areas. Very happy to support the motion in principle. Focusing on team working and action groups seems sensible, and identifying specific initiatives to be chair-led by councillors seems a good way of galvanising action. Clearly, there's detail that will need to be explored in Cabinet should the motion pass, but I will be supporting it and very much hope we can make material progress on the initiatives identified in the remaining life of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips. Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Yes, thank you. So the problems from flooding in Oxfordshire are well understood, and I think, as other speakers have noted, we've recently had a very acute reminder of the dangers of heat wave. I think it's very clear to all of us that climate change is real, it is with us, and we must adapt to it. The council has a statutory role in doing that through its emergency planning and lead local flood authority roles, and has already taken some actions in that respect, such as increasing gully clearance, working with risk districts to build adaptation to local plans, community resilience training, and a successful community flood grant scheme. However, the motion is correct to highlight the importance of sustained, long-term investment and planning. As well as the Oxford Flood Alleviation Scheme, we've also demonstrated proof of concept in the Even Load Landscape Recovery Project, and I will skip over the 2 paragraphs I had on the Even Load Landscape Recovery Project because Ben has just talked us through that very eloquently. But this is a 20-year project that has been convened by Oxfordshire County Council. It's leveraged around 100 million of funding from different sources, including public funding, private funding, and nature recovery funding. This is an approach that we can learn from and that we can scale up in other areas. We're already exploring this in new areas such as the Och and Tame catchment, and are happy to consider other areas as well. The recent heat wave has also demonstrated that we need to take a similar approach when it comes to urban heat islands. A first step will be mapping our current work and understanding how we can use our existing programmes strategically to mitigate the risk, in particular existing commitments around the planting of trees, which could, if applied in the right places, provide canopy cover and cooling, and using that mapping to provide a springboard for larger projects, adopting the strategic view that we took at Even Load. I will also be writing to ministers to ask that existing grant schemes, such as the Warm Home grants, can be modified to allow for home cooling. I welcome the cross-party response to this motion. I look forward to working with members from all parties to deliver the urgent climate adaptation that we need to keep our residents safe, and very happy to discuss this further in Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cherry. Thank you, Councillor Bearder.
Thank you, Chair. And you're right to point out that there's a fair amount of unanimity in this room today, which is heartening. Adaptation is clearly essential if we're going to address climate change. We've just seen the hottest May on record, the hottest June on record, and we're likely to have another serious heat wave next week. However, it's also vital as part of this picture to address the prevention side of the equation as well. And whilst we have unanimity on some of the slightly easier stuff, the planting the trees and the dealing with the flooding, which is difficult in of itself, we have less unanimity on those prevention measures. In actual fact, climate change and the outcomes from it are integral to everything we do as an administration, and they weave in all of our policies. So when we're looking at incentivising people to use active travel and public transport, very much so that we can reduce the carbon emissions from transport, which represents a sticky about a third of the carbon emissions in the county. So we have to, yes, go far and fast on adaptation, but we also must not forget the other side of the equation. And I hope we can have support for our other measures when they come forward in this chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Malik.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I totally agree with just Councillor Bearder has just said. Then that requires basically investment in the infrastructure. And as much as we all agree on this from different parties and different groups, I think we have a responsibility to go and ask our MPs, our council leaders, when you look at local plans. I mean, I'm a member of Oxford City Council. And no disrespect, under this current administration of the City Council, none of the green spaces are protected. We're building on the parks, we're building on any meadows, we're building anything. And how is that going to help with the climate? We talk about here sitting and all agree on everything. You could be a leader of XYZ district council, pressure from the central government. You need to talk to your member of parliaments, stand up against the government, which put pressure on you to build all these housing pressure and put up us. Because what we get is, at the city council meeting, got emotionally blackmailed. So many people are homeless. They're waiting to be rehoused, etc. So we need to build. So if you're changing green spaces into concrete and a metal, how are you going to help the environment? How are you going to help this? So you've got to have a balanced approach. So this is one of the aspects when you look at the Southeast, the pressure on housing. And City of Oxford, we're losing many green spaces. Tomorrow they could come out and say, we want to build on the South Park, by the way, it's too big. So let's have a build half of it. So we have to go and stand up and look if we're really serious, apart from just making all these speeches, which is going very well at the moment, and we got the unity of it, but we all have a responsibility to go and protect these open and green spaces so the environment and the people can live a more healthier life and active life.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Chair and colleagues, every single one of us knows the classic cartoon moment. Wile E. Coyote chases his prey straight off the edge of a massive desert cliff. For 3 or 4 paces, he keeps running. His legs are spinning in midair. He is still moving forward on sheer momentum. And then he stops. He looks down. He realizes there is absolutely nothing beneath his feet. And only then does he plummet. We laugh because it's a cartoon, but right now, when it comes to the climate emergency, our society is acting exactly like Wile E. Coyote. We have run straight off the cliff of a stable climate. Our legs are spinning furiously in the air and we are pretending we are still on solid ground. But gravity always wins and the drop is coming. What makes it worse is that just like the cartoon, we don't just do this once, we do it repeatedly. Every time a major climate report lands, we look down, we panic, we fall, and then we scramble back up to the top of the cliff just to sprint right off the edge again. We treat predictable emergencies like sudden surprises. Look at our own doorstep here in Oxfordshire. Since 2007, our county has faced 18 separate significant flood events. We aren't just talking about picturesque rivers spilling into empty meadows. We are talking about flash surface water flooding, threatening towns like Witney, Abingdon and Oxford. Our highway drains, our culverts and our transport systems were built for a climate that no longer exists. Millions of pounds in structural damages occur every single year because we are running on the momentum of old infrastructure, hovering in midair, waiting for the next downpour to wash the ground out from under us. And while we drown in the winter, we bake in the summer. Look at our urban centres. The concrete and tarmac of our towns have turned them into literal urban heat islands, trapping heat, driving up temperatures and pushing local conditions to dangerous extremes. In the historic heat waves of recent years, we saw maximum temperatures in Oxford breach 38 degrees C. This isn't a statistical anomaly to be debated. It is a direct threat to human health and well-being. It means excess deaths in our communities, failing infrastructure, and vulnerable residents trapped in overheating homes. We cannot keep cartoon acting, sprinting into thin air. We cannot keep treating the climate emergency as a future problem for 2030 or 2050. The physics of our atmosphere don't care about our political timelines or our bureaucratic delays. It is time to stop the frantic blind running. It is time to look down, acknowledge the reality of the crisis beneath our feet, and build the structural resilience, flood defences and green infrastructure we desperately need before the ground disappears entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow, to sum up.
I have to sum up. Let's see. Thank you, colleagues, for all of your support. Councillor Prestle, the wading, I fear, has not stopped, but to reassure you, as Councillor Henwood pointed out, water storage is an issue everywhere, not just upstream. Councillor Fawcett, thank you so much for sharing your moving story and demonstrating to all of us the multiple impacts that aren't seen unless you experience what goes on and the way in which this drags on for years and decades for us directly involved. These aren't just one-off events, they're things that affect lives all the time. We've got to work together. We can work together cheaply, we can work together long-term, and with nature, right? Nature is a key partner in all of this, and perhaps the quicker we realise that, the better. And indeed, let's get on with this. Councillor Middleton reminds us that the impacts are multiple again, and we need to move. I like the idea of moving from response to resilience as standard operating procedures. As Councillor Sargent says, we couldn't have met here probably this time last week. That's, interesting. It's only a county council meeting, but we couldn't have met here. So what does that mean for us in our day-to-day? This is not about luxury. This is about actually necessity. And then if we get to the winter that he sees ahead, that doesn't impact just the things he was talking about, flooding. It also impacts our highways budget massively. I don't think the cabinet members need reminding what happens when you've got 3 SOAR action on our roads. Councillor Higgins, thank you so much for sharing your revelation and the River Sings. I think the Even Load is indeed a great example to all of us. I think it's what I understand a good example of what is often called wiggles and willows, the way of working with nature in collaboration very cheaply to resolve some of these issues. Councillor Gordon, thank you. We look forward to working with you on this. Your points about sustained, about long-term, about multi-agency and learning and scaling is really important. And I welcome the fact you're going to write to the Minister about cool spaces, not just warm homes. Thank you. Councillor Bearder, yes, climate change is indeed integral. In fact, I might go further. It should determine everything we do rather than just being integral. It's the starting spot. And what if we started there? Because everything else, as Councillor Fawcett alongside you, noticed everything comes from climate and the environment, whether we like it or not. Councillor Malik, it was wonderful to hear you agreeing with Councillor Bearder. And I agree, we need to be really serious about green spaces. We need to get rid of some of the concrete we've got in our towns for all kinds of reasons.
30 seconds.
And replace that with green space, which allows us to breathe, allows us to live. It's that simple. So we're being asked today to recognise something both simple and profound. That adaptation to help our communities become more resilient is no longer optional, if it ever was really, and it's no longer a niche environmental concern. It is now a core responsibility of local government, as Councillor Gordon mentioned. It is just as fundamental as any of our fiduciary duties. So with our help, communities can act to build resilience. Please support this motion.
Thank you. We will again take an electronic vote on this. That's looks like it. 55 votes for, no abstentions and nobody against. Another unanimous. Right. 56. Wow, you've increased your majority. Thank you all very much. We move on to the final motion of the day, the motion by Councillor Bethia Thomas, which I understand is to be seconded by Councillor Roberts. And again, we'll note that there is an amendment which has been proposed, but we'll come to that after the motion has been proposed and seconded. Councillor Thomas, you have up to 5. I've got quite a list of speakers. It would be nice to finish by 3:30. So please keep speeches short. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. After 5 years of being a councillor sitting in this chamber, this, believe it or not, is the first time I've raised a motion here. I am a practical person and like bringing practical benefits to my residents, and so I've waited to find the right motion to do just that. I know from my own personal experience and that of my residents that pavement parking is a problem. It becomes a particular problem within certain groups, including cyclists and pedestrians generally, but more so for people with small children, buggies and prams, visually impaired residents, and those experiencing limited mobility, including wheelchair users. This has been recognised by many groups and individuals, and I was happy to receive correspondence from Living Street, Oxford, with their view on this matter. They recognise that vehicles parked on the footway can cause an obstruction and inhibit the independence of many vulnerable people, especially older or disabled people with visual or mobility impairments. And when pedestrians, for example, families with pushchairs, are forced into the road and into oncoming traffic, pavement parking is simply dangerous. I've had input from some of these residents and local groups in developing my thinking. A neighbour, Helen, uses a mobility scooter, and I have often seen her forced into the road because of a carelessly parked car, putting her into a stream of oncoming traffic. She is an advocate for improved awareness of the difficulties those with limited mobility face and is grateful for the chance to be involved in developing this motion. The same can be said for young families, and the Children's Centre in Farringdon has spoken to me about the issues young families face trying to manoeuvre their pram or buggy around a parked vehicle while holding the hand of a squirming toddler. It is simply dangerous and will lead to a serious incident over time. Further, pavement parking affects drivers too. Pavement parking often occurs on narrow streets as it seems like a compromise to park half on the road and half on the pavement, still allowing vehicles to move past. I've had several reports that drivers moving past parked vehicles in narrow streets can damage their own vehicle if misjudging their position, particularly if they do not want to mount the pavement on the opposite side of the street. I speak from personal experience. It is also worth adding that pavement surfaces are not designed to carry the weight of vehicles, and the added maintenance cost of repairing cracked and damaged paving adds an unnecessary financial burden to already cash-strapped councils. This problem is not going away and seems to be becoming more prevalent, with delivery drivers ducking out of their vans for a quick drop-off, making it a norm for an increasing number of drivers of all vehicles parking for longer periods. For all these reasons, I'm grateful that the government has finally reached the conclusion that the best way to manage this is locally, giving local councils the authority to act to stop pavement parking, working on flexible solutions, and look at how it can be best be managed within our communities. Often seen as an urban problem, I would like to stress that like many issues, this extends to market towns and villages too. So I would be grateful if this can be incorporated into any thinking should this motion go through today. I therefore ask for your support on this matter, thanking the Green Group for their suggestion to amend this motion, making it more inclusive, which I have accepted. And I hope that you can all put your weight behind it today so that we can start to establish the best solutions for our towns and villages across the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts, do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we now have the right, with the power from April this year to be able to civil parking enforcement do something about pavement parking. However, we haven't received the national framework yet, which hopefully will illuminate what our local solutions may well be. We already have the power to implement this through civil parking enforcement with TROs where they're in place, yellow lines, double yellow lines, they can be enforced. Obstruction by the police, but we all know they don't have the resources. And HGVs over 7.5 tonnes. And I'm glad we've been able to accept the extra bit about verges, because if you go anywhere, you can see how the HGVs are parking on verges in our rural areas and ruining them and making it even more difficult for pedestrians. The pavement, it should be a safe space for people with restricted mobility. And this does include buggies. And as a childminder of 11 years, when you're taking 6 children back from school, you've got a double buggy and you're trying to hold on to hands as well. When you have to walk in the road with that lot, it's a real challenge, especially as most of the children seem to think it's great fun to run ahead. So yes, I think from the childminding point of view, why would you put your most precious person in a buggy and then push them into the road in front of you? It's really very dangerous. In terms of the disability people, then when you talk to the sensory impairment team, they, with a lot of people, actually have to teach people once they lose their sight to be able to take a certain route so that they can get to their GP, so they can get to the places they need to get to. They teach them that route. Then when they go out on their own, meet somebody parked across that pavement, that disturbs what they've been taught. And it really makes a very big difference to how they get to and from their really essential places. There are interesting changes these days with IT. They recently told us about smart eyes, which I think is brilliant, which is you can buy glasses that are IT function, and then you can log into a system run by volunteers. When you come across something that you can't see and it wasn't there before, the person can actually tell you that what's there in front of you through these glasses. So there are some amazing IT changes. But I think really we shouldn't have to rely on volunteers to be able to do this. We should actually just be able to get our civil parking enforcement team, hopefully under their new contract, to be able to enforce and implement the changes that we've now been allowed to make for ourselves. So I hope you will all support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thomas has already indicated that she is prepared to accept the amendment. Is that the will of council that the amendment is accepted? That becomes the substantive motion then. There is a long list of speakers. I'm not taking any more, and I would ask those who do speak, please, to keep your remarks as brief as you possibly can get away with. Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to support this motion, and I'm grateful to Councillor Thomas for accepting my group's amendment, particularly in respect of parking on grass verges. I completely understand the disruption and frustration that inconsiderate parking on pavements causes to many residents, especially those in mobility devices, and I agree we need more powers to tackle the problem. In Kidlington, parking on verges has also become a significant issue. What starts with 1 or 2 vehicles quickly becomes a permanent scar on the landscape. Verges become churned up, trees and their roots are damaged, drainage is affected, biodiversity is lost, and the character of residential streets is diminished. But whilst I wholeheartedly support stronger measures to tackle verge and pavement parking, I also think we need to recognise that this can't be looked at in isolation. The underlying problem is that we have too many cars in our confined urban environments. We must also recognise that many of our older residential roads were simply never designed for today's level of car ownership, especially given the increasing size of modern vehicles. Residential parking on some of those narrow streets means it's becoming impossible for larger vehicles to pass safely. Most importantly, refuse collection vehicles and emergency services. That doesn't justify pavement parking, but we must also make sure that any new rules are practical as well as desirable. We've also seen thousands of front gardens paved over to create off-street parking. Whilst understandable from the homeowner's perspective, the cumulative effect is the loss of trees, hedges and permeable surfaces, increased water runoff, reduced biodiversity, more flooding and hotter streets in the summer. We need to find a solution to discourage car dependency, but squeezing the problem in one place without thinking about the wider picture often moves it somewhere else. Unless we take a holistic approach, we risk creating new problems while solving the existing ones. Controlled parking zones can be part of the solution and are highly effective in managing parking demand and protecting residential streets, but they're not free. We need to be prepared to support, promote and properly fund the introduction and ongoing enforcement of CPZs where they become necessary as a consequence of new restrictions. It can't simply become another unfunded expectation placed on towns and parishes. Our long-term ambition should absolutely be to reduce dependency on private cars by improving public transport, promoting walking and cycling, and planning developments where people don't need to drive for every journey. So let's take a much more robust approach to preventing pavement and verge parking.
30 seconds.
But let's also recognise that this needs to form part of a coherent county-wide strategy that reduces our reliance on private cars and provides practical alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to be able to stand to support this amendment, the motion. Indeed, pavement parking is one of the most common issues that's raised with me as a councillor when I go out to talk to residents on the doorstep. And I indeed welcome the inclusion of verges. It's indeed a common issue in the more rural character parts of my divisions, particularly around Iffley Village. And as Councillor Middleton pointed out, this issue around pavement parking is clearly an issue around the built environment. The large numbers of Edwardian houses and streets in my division weren't built for a time when every single household owned at least one car. And indeed, the size of those cars and the weight of those cars is only ever increasing. This creates a difficult issue that needs to be approached delicately, but it's a trend that we cannot just simply allow to continue because of its significant impacts on our local streetscape. And indeed, the costs of continuing to do nothing, to turn a blind eye to pavement parking is clear and obvious. I mean, anyone who goes to places in East Oxford like Charles Street can clearly see the impact of continued pavement parking on the deterioration of the pavement, which only goes to further increase the risk to pedestrians from this common practice. I've lost count of the amount of times that I've written alongside the local MP Annalisa Dodds to the Minister for Local Transport to request that the government bring forward such measures as quickly as possible. And I'm glad that it has fallen to a Labour government to finally make these important changes. The previous Conservative government sat on the consultation responses for close to 4 years without taking any further action. And I support this motion's ultimate call for the swiftest possible implementation of new powers within Oxfordshire so we can address this problem once and for all.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Chair. And first of all, can I reassure you that I will speak much less at the next council meeting? And can I also congratulate Councillor Thomas on bringing this motion? We've all encountered unreasonable pavement parking, and for most of us, it's just an inconvenience. But for some of our residents, it's clearly much worse than that. People with wheelchairs, people using pushchairs, people with limited mobility can struggle to navigate around a badly parked car, or, as I'm sure we've all seen, a very badly parked delivery van. And fundamentally, pavements are there for pedestrians, and I believe we should do what we reasonably can to prevent inappropriate pavement parking. So I generally support the ambitions of this motion, but I do want to check that we're also agreed on a key point, which is that Oxfordshire is a diverse county, as I think we all know, both urban and rural. And what works on a residential street in Oxford may not work on a village lane and vice versa. So when this motion says that we should end pavement parking, quote, in a way that suits local needs best, I hope that the Cabinet will take that caveat seriously, because a one-size-fits-all approach for the entire county won't work. So yes, Chair, let's protect pavements for pedestrians, especially those with limited mobility, but let's do so in a way that applies common sense to local circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Epps.
Thank you, Chair. I fear I can't make the same promise as Councillor Evans. That's no longer in my gift, but I'm very grateful to him for what he said. I'm really, really pleased to see this motion coming forward, and I very much welcome the amendment from the Green Group, which is very important for many areas, not just rural areas, but some of the newer build estates, including Hayford Park in my patch. And I recognise the wide interest here, and I'll try not to repeat with one or two exceptions what's been said already. Pavement parking has been prohibited in London since 1974, but legislation in the rest of the country has been a mess. And it's really good to have seen the current government starting the year really, really well by announcing this approach. And in fact, in the ministerial statement that came out, I've written down the words, one size fits all is not the solution here. And I think this is a case in which we have genuine cross-party agreement. The legislation's already been achieved in the devolution bill, which is now law, and we all await the guidance with interest. And this motion is very helpful, not just because it gives a very, very clear steer for me to work with officers to bring this forward as soon as we've got that guidance, but it also highlights a number of really important points, particularly in section 3. We all know we have more delivery drivers on our streets, and we all know that our cars seem to be getting bigger, wider, and indeed greater in number at a time when our roads aren't. And we are going to have a problem in that case. I already see papers that have come to my predecessor for cabinet member decisions where parking spaces have had to be taken out because the bus can't get through on a rural street. And some people will say, well, that doesn't matter. We can just park on the pavement. But that's no solution to someone with a buggy or someone with young children, as indeed I was very, very recently, or someone with a disability. And I'm particularly keen to see, and I will take up the point about having representative groups of people with restricted mobility and other disabilities to be consulted throughout here. I think there does need to be consideration of areas where this may be a pragmatic use of road space. I think there will need to be in some areas some compromises, but I'm firmly with those who believe that pavements are for people. RAC data say that I think 83% of UK drivers support this approach. I think we could all do with seeing any funding that can be got to support this. I think that point's already been made, but I really, really welcome this, and I'm very, very grateful to those who've spoken so far, and I'm fully committed to it.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this motion from Councillor Thomas, thoughtfully amended by Councillor Middleton. I'd just like to draw attention to a particular stretch of pavement in my division, which is outside McDonald's in Risinghurst, where people park on the pavement, over double yellow lines, not only to get their lunch, but then stay parked there while they eat their lunch in their vehicle. McDonald's have a nearby car park available, which is rarely full, and I have often rung the civil enforcement team to advise them of this situation. It would be a great help and make it clear to all drivers if it was known that the Highways Authority has the power to enforce a ban on pavement parking. And for the residents of Risinghurst, this can't come soon enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Henwood.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this motion. I do have concerns on enforcement. I think that's going to be a very big issue. How we're going to deliver it, I don't know, but I certainly will be supporting. In Littlemore, for example, we have a very, very wide pavement, much wider than the road, and school drop-off tend to park on the road. on the, I do beg my pardon, on the pavement rather than on the road. So I think pavements also need to be looked at in context. A common sense approach I do welcome. Again, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you very much. We'll get through everybody if everybody speaks for that long. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. Some of you might have noticed that I am, for a change, not accompanied by a small person today, and therefore not accompanied by a pushchair. And I think for those of you who've had this experience, acquiring a pushchair can be an intensely radicalizing experience, as you suddenly realize that what might before have seemed like a minor blip in a pavement, something, you know, a minor blemish, suddenly becomes an impassable obstacle, whether it's a small crack, whether it's a pothole, whether it's a tree root, whether it's an abandoned e-scooter, whether it's a small stair, whether it's a narrow pavement, or yes, whether it's a van. But the vans obviously are the worst, because not only do they block the pavement, they also create all of the other minor blemishes, which are going to block you the next time. And I think this is now the third time I have had this radicalizing experience, and somehow it doesn't get less radicalizing. You just get more and more angry over time that we have not been able to fix this and make pavements safe for people. And also, especially, I think, what you realize is that this is even worse for people who are in wheelchairs. And the great thing about a pushchair is that it comes with a larger human who can pick it up and lift it over the obstacle. That is much harder to do when you're talking about an adult in a wheelchair. Sadly, most people don't come equipped with their own private giant to lift them over a tree root. Now, as it happens, blocking the pavement is already illegal, but the ambiguity in the law has made it difficult to enforce, and a clearer rule, which this provides, banning pavement parking entirely, will be much, much simpler to enforce. For that reason, I wholeheartedly support this motion. I'm really pleased to see it pass. I'm also really grateful for the amendment by Councillor Middleton, who is no doubt familiar with Marlborough Avenue in my division, which is one of, I'm sure, many streets across this county where a small number of people initially parking on the verge has then churned up the verge and therefore led everyone else to do it, because if the verge is already ruined, then why not? Unfortunately, given government cuts of 24 million over the next 4 years, we simply do not have the resources to enforce it adequately. So while I do support this motion, I'd be really pleased to see it pass. I'd be really pleased to see us taking action on pavement parking. We will not be able to do that properly without the resources as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to see this motion. Like many of us, I get a lot of complaints about verge, pavement and cycle lane parking from my residents. And in fact, I asked a question on parking enforcement at our last full council meeting to then Highways Cabinet member Councillor Gant. I think this might seem like quite a different topic to our previous motions on motor neuron disease and adapting to climate change. However, I think there are really, really important connections. Parking on pavements, verges, cycle lanes, it particularly hurts people who are frail and disabled and those with life-limiting conditions such as motor neuron disease. This is getting exacerbated by vehicle bloat. Our cars, we're buying larger and larger cars to prop up manufacturers' profits to the detriment of people, our streets and our climate. As Councillor Gordon and others have said, drivers completely or partially blocking pavements can make it impossible for those in wheelchairs or pushchairs to get past. On our Green Party motion on climate adaptation for heat waves and flooding, Councillor Bearder very rightly said we need to cut transport emissions. We need to mitigate as well as adapt. I completely agree. Transport is our highest emitting sector in the UK and emissions are not falling. We need to make walking and wheeling attractive and safe, and enforcing and stopping antisocial parking is key to that. Councillor Malik, who is no longer here, rightly said we need to keep our green spaces. I agree. We need to stop people parking on our green verges, as our Green Group amendment stated, and too much of our cities and towns are concreted over for car parking space instead of given over to trees and greenery. We need to stop tearing down paradise and putting up parking lots. I will be gladly voting for this motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edison.
I'll be supporting this motion, but I want to emphasize that this motion is not a fight against car users or car owners, but a common sense approach for the elderly, for the safety of the elderly, the disability people, and young children who use the pavement every day. So I'll be supporting this motion, but I really want to emphasize that there must be a common sense approach to this. So it doesn't look as if we're out to punish motorists or car users. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Plum. I'm not taking any new things. I've got, sorry, I was Councillor Plum.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep my remarks short because I think my colleague Councillor Evans covered a lot of what I was going to say. I think I wholeheartedly support the principle behind this motion. Dangerous pavement parking is a genuine problem which puts residents at risk, but I think we need to go into this with our eyes open about the practical realities on the ground. In many parts of Oxfordshire and certainly in areas of my division, pavement parking isn't a matter of convenience or carelessness. On a number of roads, parking roads just simply aren't wide enough for cars to park on. So we have to be practical about this, and I do welcome some of the commentary that I've heard around the chamber today about taking a sort of targeted approach to this and looking that different areas will need different solutions. So if this motion does pass today and as work progresses, I'd ask the cabinet member to give particular consideration to rural and semi-rural roads where there is genuine constraint in relation to road width.
Thank you very much. Councillor Saul. No. Councillor Creed.
I'm just here talking about for support of this motion, but I particularly want to raise something that some people have previously raised, which is the impact of pavement parking on people that are partially sighted or blind. Previously, I met with a resident in my division when Councillor Gant was the in charge of transport to discuss issues. They're blind essentially, and with blind people, both in terms of walking on pavements and also in accessing things like the buses in Banbury. And I think that if we have pavement parking, particularly even in like new estates such as Longford Park, where I live, that's not even adopted, then it means that the way for the resident to even get to the bus to be able to get into town is completely blocked, and they then either have to verge onto the road, or if they don't feel safe, they turn back and go home. And in that case, it can leave some of our most vulnerable residents, if they don't feel like they have a safe way to get between A to B, completely isolated. And so obviously the people that are parking on the pavement are doing it in some cases in a matter of convenience, but it has really detrimental effects on some of our most vulnerable residents in Oxfordshire.
Thank you very much. Councillor Snowden.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was very encouraged to hear Councillor Epps supporting this motion and stating that pavements are for people. I think some of the blame was Councillor Roberts' blame, saying civil parking enforcement and police, and Councillor Gordon mentioning funding issues. Well, I'd be surprised if anyone gets inundated with more emails about parking on pavements and antisocial parking than myself. Perhaps Councillor Fletcher does as well. Most of my division is unadopted, so therefore when they write to me and say I can't get out my driveway because someone's blocked it or something, I have to say it's private land, it's not been adopted, and your predecessor made it a key policy but didn't adopt a single road in my division. So this weekend we had bands on the park, where a lot of visitors came to Great Western Park to enjoy the wonderful music festival we had there. And again, my email got full up with people complaining about parking on the pavements. So whilst I will support this motion and absolutely agree with it's fundamental, those in the administration who are voting for it, can you make sure you step up the adoption of these houses so that all residents get to enjoy this benefit? Thank you.
Thank you. I've got three more speakers, Councillors Shiri, Sargent and Dew, and then we'll close. Councillor Shiri.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the motion and its recognitions of the danger caused by pavement parking, particularly during the school rush hours. However, while it is important to discourage unsafe parking, the council also has a duty to support parents who are responsibly taking their children to school. So while the cabinet member commits to working with schools and local communities to identify locations where additional safe drop-offs and pickup spaces can be provided so that parents have practical alternatives to unsafe or inconsiderate parking, while improving safety for children, pedestrian, wheelchair users and other pavement users. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sargent.
Thank you, Chair. What a fab motion. Thank you, Councillor Thomas. And it's improved by the proposed amendment. I was chair of a planning committee in Oxford many moons ago, and we were often the officers, their hands were tied by directives, planning directives from government about urban design and so forth. And a lot of the urban design that district councils have to kind of abide by often produce urban environments that don't provide adequate parking. And when they do, that parking is often distant from the homes that the people live in. So they're tempted to park on the road and usually onto the pavements. As Councillor Gordon and Councillor McLaughlin will find out very soon, because they're going to be visiting my division, and as Dr. Martin Reeves OBE found when he visited my division, the area that I represent has particular problems with the density of HMOs, which in themselves generate lots and lots of cars, parking in a very, very confined space. And those spaces were designed back in the 60s and well before the car usage as it is today. And therefore, not only was there the pressure there before, but now with all these HMOs, the pressure is that much more advanced, and there's nowhere these cars can go. And quite often people that live on these estates often have a commercial vehicle for work as well. So not only have they got their private car, but they've got a commercial vehicle like an Oxfordshire County Council truck, which parks on even load in Ruscott Estate, which takes up the space of probably 2, possibly 3 cars. You can't blame the person for taking the vehicle home because it's part of their role. You know, they don't have a depot that they can actually easily access. So they do take the vehicle home so they can get on with the job straight away the next day. I'm just a little bit concerned that for those areas, we're not going to be able to provide a solution just by saying park on the curb. Okay. And last but not least, Gibbs Road in Grimsbury, we had an incident where there is parking on the curbs, on the pavements, both sides. The fire service couldn't attend a house fire in that road because they couldn't get well, they did eventually, but they couldn't get the tenders down the road because there wasn't the space. So please, let's think about this constructively, but in lots of places, we're not going to be able to do what exactly the motion is looking to do. I think that's what Councillor X was alluding to.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't planning to speak, so I didn't have anything prepared, but at the point that I raised my hand, it looked like there was unanimous support for this motion. And I wouldn't be a very good reformer if I voted along with everyone else on every single motion today. So unfortunately, I cannot support this motion because in the way that it's been worded, it sounds very much like you guys are advocating for a blanket ban on pavement parking, which, you know, look, the way it's worded comes across as, shall we say, in the pattern of a consistent theme of treating motorists almost like unwanted within this county. Not saying that's what, you know, but there is a certain perception out there. But actually, Councillor Plum has already sort of said what I was going to say, which is that there are many roads in the county where parking with consideration on pavements is common sense. Because if you just parked on the road all the time, it would block the roads. That's just a fact of life. I'm not advocating that people park on pavements and block them for people using buggies. I have a small child myself. I'm not saying that we should be, you know, ignoring people's needs. Pavements are for pedestrians, but common sense needs to be applied. It shouldn't just be no parking on pavements, end of story. If you do that, you're a horrible person. It shouldn't be if you're driving a delivery van, if you're dropping off a parcel, the moment you touch a pavement, somebody's screaming, you've broken the law. Because come on, we need an economy to work. We need parcels to be delivered. So all I'm asking for is common sense and please think of motorists as ordinary residents of this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thomas, you have 3 minutes to sum up. No, your microphone's not come on.
Thank you. Thank you for the almost universal cross-party support on this motion. I really appreciate it, particularly working with the Green Group to make it more inclusive. It is a shame that the War on Motorist tagline was mentioned. I find that really disappointing, and I don't think this is what this is about, and I certainly never intended it to be. If Councillor Dew had listened to my introduction, I was actually talking about motorists too. And if I can speak on behalf of Councillor Plum, I don't think that that's what you were saying either. So I just wanted, because you don't have the right to say anything now. I note Councillor Evans' point about a practical common sense approach, and from what Councillor Epps has said, it is not one size fits all. And I am hopeful that he will take this on board. It sounds like he definitely will. Flexibility is important, and the example raised by Councillor Shiri about school drop-offs is important, as is thinking about parking in the round, as Councillor Sargent suggested, particularly in respect to our emergency services, which so far has not been mentioned. Despite the small opposition, I generally think we are all agreed here. Pavement parking is dangerous. Pavements are for people. So let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will again vote electronically. It sounds though we need a vote, but so we're voting electronically. Thank you. Two more. Councillor Batstone, have you voted? No, she's not voting. It's her motion. Councillor Roberts, are you voting? That's it. Underhand tactics. So that is 50 votes for and 1 abstention. It's still NEMCON, even if it's not unanimous. Thank you all very much indeed. That's the main business of the council. Just to note that the next meeting will be on the 8th of September. And in the meantime, I hope you all have a very pleasant summer break, if you can. Thank you. Bye-bye. I ought to mention thanks to now the one surviving member of the public who has sat out the whole meeting. Thank you very much for coming, and to all your colleagues.